Right, cool, cool. अगला क्या है अपना स्टार्ट विद ट्रेडिशनल को ओपन नोट्स करते हैं ना
हुआ भी वाया भी करना है ना
अभी रुकते हैं करना है
बस अब पूछ लेते हैं आई थिंक
पीछे करके देखो चल रहा है
हाँ चल रहा है करी थी ओके सो टाइम अप We know you all have really interesting personalities, but we'd like you to stop here. Does anybody want to share some fun fact that you got to know about the other person, or maybe about yourself with the wider audience? Anyone?
Sejal, I don't think they have interesting personalities. No one stood up.
Yash, I think.
Yes, I don't know.
Okay, so now we'll handpick a few people. Hi, can you tell what you were discussing? You were the last person to still keep talking.
Speak louder, please.
We were discussing about my secret identity while enjoying the spider.
Got it. Anyone else also wants to share? Yes, hi.
So we found out we have a holy rival, Bill versus Emacs.
Oh my god. This is like a decade-old rivalry, Wim versus Emacs. I don't know what the conclusion will be. Yeah,
We
more
weren't
than
born
that.
50 years back, so we don't know. Awesome. Let's get ahead.
Yeah.
People are still coming in. Let's discuss a little bit about who are we, why are we, what are we, what exactly is this?
Sejal, are you getting a existential crisis?
Yes, correct.
Okay, let me calm you down. Who are we? We are FOSS United Delhi chapter. We have a group of more than 700 people on our Telegram channel, and we do monthly meetups around Delhi NCR, be it Noida, be it Gurugram or Delhi. And we have been organizing this since January 2022. Yeah, sorry, January 2023. Sorry, and October 2022 was the first edition of the DelhiFOSS Conference at IGDTUW in Delhi, and from there on we have started growing. The first meetup, which was held in January 2023, and I think Swastik here, I think he's outside in the check-in desk. At the check-in desk, he was there. He told me that we only got like 5 people who came to the monthly meetup, and look at us today. We have more than 350 plus attendees who have registered with us. So I'm very happy to see that who we are becoming and who we have become. All right, let's over to you, Sejal.
So we'd really like to thank our community partners, Alias, OSDC, ILUGD, IFF, and React Delhi for enabling this conference. And we also have our media partner, Media Nama. They have also helped us a lot in spreading awareness about the event. So huge round of applause for them.
Now we would like to welcome Ansh Arora from FOSS United Foundation, who will talk a little bit more about what FOSS United does in India, like all the events or any programs they do. Hi, over to you, Ansh.
Hi folks, very good morning. Thank you for showing up. Finally made it into an IIT. We are FOSS United. We are a non-profit aimed at the promotion and promotion of creation and usage of free and open source software. This is what we do. We are a now 10,000 member plus community. We have had hundreds of talks. We are a group of very active volunteers. We have had 100 plus volunteers all across our events. So yeah, these are the kind of events we do. We have monthly FOSS meetups, which we do in all our city chapters. So we have city chapters in Chennai, Bangalore, Delhi, Pune, Mumbai, Hyderabad now. So we do monthly meetups there. FOSS United Delhi has been doing meetups over the past 1 year. So yeah, those are a bit more casual. We just go and hang out there. We have people coming in, talking about their projects, some niche FOSS technologies. We have our flagship annual conference. It's called DelhiFOSS. It happens in Bangalore every year. DelhiFOSS 3.0 happened in Bangalore on October 28th, 29th. We had over 1,300 plus attendees. CityFOSS is basically our annual conference for all our city chapters. So this is DelhiFOSS 2.0. Just like this, we have our annual conferences in all our city chapters all across India. FOSSAC is our annual flagship hackathon. It is a 36-hour event. FOSSAC 4.0 will be happening on 27th and 28th of July 2024. We are in process of planning. This time it's going to be way more inclusive and engaging. We will be having 10 to 15 local editions all over India. We are planning for some editions in Delhi, so you necessarily don't need to go to Bangalore to hack. You can hack online at your home or go to a nearby local edition. DelhiFOSS will be happening on 7th and 8th September 2024, again in Bangalore at Nimhans Convention Center. So stay tuned for that as well. Yeah, so we fund FOSS projects all over India. If you are a project maintainer or another who's been working on a free and open source software related project, which has a great use for the community, reach out to us and we'll make sure that you get the right amount of funding so you don't have to look out for a day job. Mon School is our no-cost educational platform. We have our own courses there. We had a grant for course creators of 1 lakh rupees. So if you have something interesting to share and you are looking for an audience, this is the right platform for you. Reach out to us, create a course, and we'll see how we can help you. We have our own job portal where these are FOSS exclusive jobs. So our industry partners, all the companies we've been working with, they post jobs at our portal and you can apply from there. We also very actively partner with NGOs who are working in this space. OSS, we've been recently announced the OSS Foundation, Open Source Alliance for Social Innovation and Sustainability. So we've partnered with a few non-profits. It's Tech for Good Community, Tech for Good Labs, which is now AKM Foundation. And then there is Samagra Foundation. So these are a bunch of NGOs that have been working to promote free and open source software and environmental sustainability all over India. We actively engage with policy. We have a great talk by Nikhil today, who will be telling you why techies should care about policy in India. Yes, so we have our monthly newsletter where you can sign up for the newsletter at fossunited.org/newsletter. We'll tell you all about all the future events that will be happening over the next month, the events that we did last month, and all the updates at our end. These are our industry partners, so it's an intensive operation. We definitely need companies and organizations that are willing to support us. So if you're a company who wants to give back to the FOSS community of India, you can reach out to us, help us sustain these events. And yeah, follow us on our handles. We have a public Telegram channel of over 5,000 members now. You can join to stay tuned on all the updates we have. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Ajal. Thanks, Shiva.
So in case you'd like to join us, these are our social media, links, and you can also volunteer with us. So please reach out to us. We'll start with the talks now. I welcome Jatin. He's a principal engineer at Atlassian, and he'll be talking about the Redis paradox behind the cache horizon. Welcome, Jatin.
लैपटॉप प्लीज HDMI है ना
It's not joining the call. Jatin, you can join the meeting.
सॉरी
हम रिकॉर्डिंग कर रहे हैं, तो एक लिंक दे रहे हैं हम। टाइप इट। आपके पास वाईफाई कहाँ से आ रहा है?
फोन से
ठीक है,
हॉटस्पॉट क्या लिंक है
हाँ, meet dot
मी डॉट जस्ट 1 मिनट म्यूट ताकि रिवर्ब ना हो
नहीं होगा।
हाँ ठीक है
Everything
It's
is
good, right?
Just share your screen, the slides you are using.
Okay,
Share your entire screen.
I want to share the whole window because I'll be opening
Yeah,
actually entire screen. Let directly go. Screen sharing failed. Something with the sharing permission. यार स्क्रीन तो शेयर नहीं हो रही यार क्या करें फिर
ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं। कैमरा एडजस्ट करते हैं, डायरेक्टली वहाँ से आउटपुट।
ऐसे कर लो हाँ आई थिंक
स्क्रीन नहीं हो रही।
पता some probably issue with screen sharing विंडो नहीं हो रही
टैब का है ना,
नहीं हो
कोई बात
just
नहीं,
fine right
just fine. हो गया।
okay it should be good so so let's see this is trying to
of time on slow dial-up connections. I think you guys are too young here. Anyone has ever used a dial-up connection? Oh, wow, that's nice. So you know the pain, right? Like that noise, classic noise, and then someone calls and then the unit goes away. So there was pretty bad time, right? My first connection, I think it was 32 kbps, NTL, NTL to Sahi or something like that. Yeah. But this is very important to understand. See, after 90s, there was a very interesting shift because most of the history, the constraint was on client side. The client machines were not fast enough, right? But as our machines got better, the constraint came on the server side. So today, like anyone has over 300 Mbps connection at their home together. So some of you will struggle to use that bandwidth until you are using the right website. It is very easy to use that bandwidth when you are using, let's say, a 4K or 8K videos on YouTube. But let's say if you are using a normal video, even if you try to download, you won't get over 20, 30 Mbps because the constraint is now on server side. Maybe they are still using that old disk platter where there is like a seeking happening and this happening. They are not on SSDs or it depends how their architecture is. So modern caching landscape is very fascinating. We have CDNs, like content delivery network. So whenever you basically press play on a video or look at any content, it never actually hits the server. It's already cached somewhere very close to you based on who has hit around you, right? So there is a very interesting article of Netflix that Netflix is insanely fast, right? How it works is like what they have done is they have put down a box exactly in your ISP. So whenever you, and they do some kind of a machine learning technique. So let's say if there is a new season of Better Call Saul coming, which should come, it's a very good show. They already predict that this is the cohort of this country which speaks this language and is interested in this type of a show. And before even launching what they do is they cache a copy as close to you as they can. So when you hit play, it never even hits Mumbai server, AWS Mumbai or AWS US, it directly streams from there. So that's how beautiful it is. It's just getting closer to the user. And yeah, so basically Memcache was one of the first key value stores that came in 2003, and in 2009 we had Redis. And I will talk about what makes Redis different. And now that we have some context, I think we can start the talk. And I think my 30 minutes should start now. So let's go back to the present. And beyond the cache, Redis. And can anyone tell me the full form of Redis without looking up on Gemini or ChatGPT? Anyone? No? Okay, we'll move on. It's remote dictionary server. So if you go back to the slide where we were talking, hey, why don't we have that dictionary, that hash map inside our service? Here is your answer. So it gives you some hint around what benefits do we have by putting that dictionary in a remote server instead of keeping it on the same node or container, right? And Wikipedia has a very interesting definition that is an open source inventory store used as a distributed and key value database, cache and reciprocal with optional durability. A lot of people don't know that it is not. It also persists data. There is a way that every 1 second you can write to the disk and you can bring cache back. And it holds all the data in memory because of its design, the very low latency, right? It makes it a very suitable for a use case that requires cache. But there is a lot of things beyond cache. So Redis is one of the most popular NoSQL database on the planet right now, and by the factor of 2. The next database that comes close is DynamoDB, and it is less than half popular than Redis, and it has been there like since, I don't know, 10 years. Like I have been following this dbengines.com for like ages, and it just is always been there. So how else we can use it? Right? That's why we all are here, like to get some novel cases. And look at this. These are the 4 data structures. Let me expand that. So this is what a key in a Redis can map to. And it's crazy that we usually only look at when we say key value as a string, but it can map to bitmap based on the dotted lines are extensions which we can use something called Redis stack and extend that. But the solid lines are something that is out of the box. So bitfield, hashes, list, sets, sorted sets, geospatial, hyperblocks, streams, and fancy even probabilistic data. And here we will talk about 2 of them today, so geospatial and streams. So we are going to talk. I was in a company that's name is 9 with Uber. I think you guys probably saw that. So there is a way where they do kind of a real-time tracking and a geospatial matching. And this is a very interesting problem. When I was in Uber, a lot of people, will come to me and say, what is different in that, man? There is a rider, he requests for a driver, you look for a driver, you match it, and it's done. See, it's very easy to solve something at a very small level, right? In computer science, that's the most interesting part. Scale is hard. Scaling is incredibly hard, right? Like payments, we have been doing payments since forever, but like look at the UPI, the scale. If you read the white paper, they talk about how scaling it to like an Indian population. And when we talk about Indian scale, you should remember, like 10 years back, Indian scale used to be 4 cities, like 4 metro cities. Now Indian scale is everywhere because everyone has access to internet and everyone is using that, right? So the challenge is like how do we efficiently match a rider with a nearby driver in real time, and we have to handle massive volumes of location updates in query. So let me give you or something, and we have three requirements: low latency, scalability, and geospatial query capability. The last one is very important, right? Like there is a light mode alert, so I forgot that I'm making everything in dark mode, and then I created another animation in light mode. So apologies for that. Like your eyes, but again, it is a beautiful animation. I'm very proud of this. So basically, this is you, and then like when you open your driver taxi app, Uber or whatever, you see that there are multiple drivers around you, right? And as soon as you basically look for a ride, it basically starts expanding into like how to find a driver, right? So we will try to build that system and try to see. And this is like how it works in Delhi. Basically, we have few drivers will visit. If you're talking about Bangalore, no one is going to accept. So just talking about it, right? Anyone from Bangalore here? Like, I love that city, nothing against it, but it's no water, no electricity, and roads are very shit. Anyways, so we are back on that side. So it's demo time. So what I have done is I have put together a Jupyter notebook. Jupyter is pretty cool. And in one terminal, I will just start Redis. So Redis is open source. I'm using Mac, so I'm using Root. If you're using Linux, you can use Systemd or whatever to start the service. And if you see here, I have basically created where I'm depending on these packages, Redis, Geopandas, Folium, and Geopy. So let's move on. And here is our control levers for this simulation. So it's like a driver rider matching simulation. Oh, is the font visible to everyone? Last one? No, right? I'm sorry. I forgot. Let's see if we can zoom this. Now, I don't know how you guys will be able to see the map, but let's see. Okay. So currently, let's say we are talking about Delhi, so we have more drivers than riders, and then let's say the radius that we want to do is 2 kilometers. And we will hit shift enter. We have a Redis client, which will basically connect to my local server. So I have a Redis server running, which is running on the port 6379. That's the default server. And okay, yeah. See, there is Murphy law. Whenever you are doing live demo, it's something always messes up. I wanted to record this, but I thought it looked really cool. But it's working. So I have a cleanup job. Just ignore that. And then I have written a simple function in Python. So it's simulating driver checking, where I am taking a longitude, latitude, and then I'm doing a random uniform between 0.02 minus to 0.02 plus. And I'm doing like 10 drivers based on like whatever is that num driver. It is 10 drivers. And what it will do is it will basically put 10 drivers, and then similarly I have simulating rider queries based on the number of riders. It will just place some riders who wants to look for a cab. And once I do a simulate driver check-in, it basically creates 10 drivers, and you can see their names, so 0, 1, 2, 3 to 9, and then there is longitude and latitude. And then there is simulate rider, basically where I'm asking like to simulate some riders, and it will do that. And just do this. And then what I'm doing is I'm just creating a map. So currently we are in IIT Delhi, so I am doing a map which is on top of that. So we are sitting somewhere here, most likely. But just to make it easy to visible, I'm using a tiles map called Pattern, which is basically to ensure that we can see our markers. So let's place our markers on the map. So this is how currently the things look like, where I have some riders and some drivers. I can zoom into that. And you can see like there are multiple riders and drivers that are competing for bookings. And now what I can do is using Redis out of the box. If you have to do it in code, it's not an easy problem, because then you need to do a lot of maths, and my maths is pretty bad, but you need to take like an origin, and then you need to create like a radius around that, and then you need to scan your database around where the drivers are. And mind you, the drivers' positions are not static. It's very difficult, that's what I try. So driver position is not static, it's dynamic, right? You're continuously getting because the car is driving, and you need to keep doing that. It is almost impossible to do it at scale if you're going to hit your database every time there is a ride booking, because once you're hitting your database for the drivers, there is another system that is continuously updating the positions. This is where Redis is pretty cool. What it allows us to do is, it allows us this API, where I can say that, do a geo radius around me in this available drivers, and this is my longitude and latitude, and this is my radius, and find that for me, and then match it to me. And what that does is, let's go here. What that does is, it basically tries to find polylines is a bit messed there, but it tries to find the nearby rider. And this is an ideal world where like the nearest driver to you is going to accept that. But the interesting aspect is that here the users are less, but if I increase the number of users, we can see exactly how Bangalore works. So again, I really love Bangalore. My job is there, so no hater. So Bangalore, the people don't want to drive. So the radius is pretty less. So let's say if you're competing on 1:1 scale, the number of drivers is 10 and the rider is 10. So let's go to the end of the simulation. This is how it works, right? Because a lot of riders, despite having cabs in their radius, will not get it because someone else will probably get it, which is probably near to it, but because near to both rider 1 and 5, and this is chronological, rider 1 requested before rider 5, so we'll get it. And then similarly, I think this is how the map works, and it will do that. But yeah, I have to run through it because there is another thing I want to talk about. But right now, this is I will push this notebook in our GitHub repository, and you can do a simulation based on different radius, number of drivers and riders. And this is fun. So basically, very simple. I like drawing boxes and diagrams. That's my primary job. So we had a rider app and a driver app that is basically talking about matching service. And matching service is pushing those points into Redis, which has a geospatial index. And my matching logic is basically considering geospatial, and it's incredibly fast. I can scale this to 10,000 drivers and 10,000 users, and it will still work on my this local machine like this. But I challenge you, if you try to deploy a MySQL and try to write a query to find this will take insane amounts of time because it's all happening in memory, right? And it will give us a match there. Time check, I already have a slide before you even have to show that. But so streams, I think streams is also very interesting, and it can also tie back to the last use case. So another very beautiful animation that took me more time than I would accept to do. So there is a publisher that basically publishes some messages in a queue, and then there is a subscriber that basically subscribes to the queue. It's a very, very powerful pattern, and it's a many system where there can be multiple publishers and multiple subscribers, and then they can subscribe to different topics based on how they want to use. And it's a way for applications to communicate asynchronously, right? The event-driven architecture, it's a huge thing in last 10 years. I think most of the high-scale systems are built over queues. Kafka is another one that comes into the mind, but that's for more heavyweight use cases. You should definitely explore Redis to pass messages between the system, and then both publisher and subscribers. The best part is it decouples them, so there is no asynchronous system, no REST APIs, no RPCs going on. One is just continuously publishing something, and then one is subscriber is giving at its own ease. It's very similar to it's very similar to the way we consume our YouTube, Twitter, where there is a publisher and then there is a subscriber. And I don't think we have time for demo, but the use cases, we can use it for real-time chat application, notification system, event-driven architecture, distributed task processing, and real-time analytics. So I did not get permission from Induction to tell you what we are doing, so there's a generic diagram, but I can, it's very close. So what is happening here is we have some data sources in Blue, which are different data sources from different places. So there can be user events, application logs, and sensors. And they are sensors, right? Like it's beautiful if you have Raspberry Pi or Arduino, you can have sensors which are continuously giving you data, and instead of trying to consume them in a real time, you can just put it on a queue and let some consumer consume it to form analytics. And it goes to Redis. In Redis, we are storing 3 streams. So there is a raw data stream, there is a sorted list stream, which is time series data, and then there is a hashes metadata. And then there is an analytics engine, which is my backend logic, which is trying to consume that, and it is trying to aggregate user count, averages, time series data using trends and errors, and then that can be consumed by the team, which is the reports in the dashboard, right? It's a very powerful network. So it's very powerful system where, like, if you're working in a company and then you are hitting limitations in terms of processing, right? ELT pipelines are very common, extract, transform, load, right? Where if you are parsing something or if you are scraping some data, I would like you to explore using like a Redis pipeline, create Redis queue with different topics, and then you try to dump in. And the good part is that your publisher and your subscribers can be scaled independently. So yeah, these are the 2 things that we talked about. But if you look at this, each of this individual item is basically an existing startup that is already there, which is built on top of this offering, which is an open source. How many people know about Version? Everyone, right? It's crazy. So Version is nothing but it's built over AWS Amplifier and AWS Lambda architecture, right? You guys know that, right? But it became very popular because it provided a much easier way to use an interface rather than going on AWS, and that console is a mess. I hate it. It's been like that for 10 years, right? Same is the case here. Same is the case with Kafka. So there is a company called Confluent. They are hiring in NCR, very popular. So they also do this. They take Kafka, they productionize it, and provide it as a SaaS. So everything that you see there are startups that are providing this as a service, where you can basically host this and you can try to do that. And these are some of the very popular examples. Cache in real-time analytics, gaming leaderboard. So your team level uses it, like There is geospatial data as we saw, your media streaming. So Netflix, I have put some really interesting engineering blogs at the end. Session store, it is used for that. It is even used for pessimist locking when you have to lock some doors. Chat apps, messaging queues, and machine learning. And if you want to start, it's a very good starting point. This is redis.io/docs data type. We have a very good documentation. So go through that. And here are some really good reads. These are few of my favorite blogs. So there's a blog from Google, how we do real-time analytics. There's a blog from Netflix, how they manage the high throughput. There's a blog from DoorDash, and there's also a blog from Paytm. India's catching up. It's really good. I think Paytm also has an insane amount of traffic because now you can go into a tier 3 city, buy like a sugar candy for 10 rupees and then pay. It's super cool, right? But there is a huge, massive infrastructure behind the scenes that is taking care of all of that. And questions. So we have some time. 2 minutes. Sorry. Any questions? Yeah.
Can you tell about beginners' approach to system design for students? What is the importance of system architecture for us, and should we focus on it?
Yeah, see, so I recently gave a talk in Bills Goa, so I was there last 3 weeks back only. So they also, like, if you, I don't have a course to sell you, sorry, but everyone is doing that. I have a roadmap for you, very simple roadmap. Pick one problem, like one problem, any problem. It can be as simple as a calculator. Like the problem, I feel like college students have is they pick something, they do it in like isolation, and then they do something and then move to something else. Think like a simple problem like a calculator. Initially, calculator will only have a backend logic where you will say like 4 functions: multiply, add, divide, and subtract. And then try to see like, okay, now I have this calculator, but I'm not persisting calculation. How can I do that? Right? Curiosity will always persist you to learn more. So understand, oh, if I have to persist it, I need a database. Then you look into, oh, if you have a calculation, how do I store it in a database? Now you have done that. Now the problem is you are still using a shitty terminal to access to terminal. Sorry. But you are still using that terminal to do calculations. So now you have to think about, hey, how can I build a front end which can talk to my backend, where I can basically press some buttons, it will do some action that JS will call my backend. It can be any technology, we don't care. And then there is data and databases. Once you do all of these, you have to then think about how can I share this with my friends. So that will expose you to think into how do I host this, right? Like you cannot share your local host 3000 with your friends. So you need to look into how you can host it. So I think take one project and try to build it into it like you will build a product, including your front end, authentication, back end, database, caching, and processing and everything. And I think that will be very helpful. I cannot tell you. Right. I'm using Excalibur. So there is a package called Excalibur Animate. It's on GitHub. So if you feed it like a JSON output of your Excalibur, it animates.
You give me one more question.
Like as I can see that you have a lot of experience. Can you
Meanwhile, if there are more questions, you guys can just send them over there. Yeah.
As you just told about your whole experience journey, I'd like to ask that how was your journey of scaling? What we do as a beginner and then as of now, like I told us seeing an architect, right? So how does it help you for the craft that you have to get it?
I don't know. It's a very personalized question. I think it depends.
No, it's the technical experience. Like, what did you expect at the first, and then now, like, you've seen the market grow right rapidly. You said that
Oh, so I think a very interesting thing to know is that nothing is new in computer science. Everything is an abstraction over an abstraction over an abstraction. We are trying to move as away from bare metal as we can, and by making it easy for more people to adopt, right? So if you look at 60s and 70s, we used to have COBOL, Perl, and these languages, which used to be a very exclusive club of few people who would go to like very expensive universities. There was no democratization, right? And only they will have access to that. And then we got C, C++, then we got Python, Ruby. Ruby is one of the most beautiful languages I have ever written, right? It's so easy to pick up. So I see the industry is moving towards a trend of more abstraction, where it is very easy. If you talk like, I'd say like 10 years back, if you had to use like a ChatGPT kind of a system, there were systems like that. DeepMind was there, like IBM was building it, even Google was building systems, which was very difficult to use. Now it is very easy because you can basically get an API token and you can write like 3 lines of Python code and then you can start accessing that. So I think industry is moving toward abstraction. But it's very important to not get caught up into that, and you should always have your basics very strong, right? It's very easy to talk about like how do I sort like a distributed architecture system with like key sort or whatever. But when I ask people like what is the fastest sort, they say Bogo sort, right? Like then I just about to start that, but like that, right? So it's very important to understand, go behind the scenes and understand the basics, and then move forward. I think industry will keep extracting things out, as I said, versatile, right? But you should also know how this works, right? So that you're not trying to one. I think as an engineer, that is very important because that makes your skills transferable. Okay, time over. Thank you, folks. It was beautiful to interact with you all.
Where's my phone? Oh, it's here.
Folks in the left of my side, can you please move to the center? Folks sitting in the left side, on the back, can you please move to the center? Okay. So our next speaker is Nikhil Pava. He is the founder of Media Nama website, and please welcome Nikhil Pava. He'll talk about why techies need to care about tech policy. Please give a couple. 2 minutes. We are getting the laptop set up, and we should be ready in 2 minutes.
So, I'm going to do this primarily from the perspective of the AI policy. Did any of you guys track what happened with AI policy a couple of weeks ago? Where they said, the government said that you need to, sorry? You need government approvals, right? Correct. So, I'm not a techie. I'm completely out of place here. I'm also not a lawyer, so I'm completely out of place in law and policy. But I kind of have a habit of being in places where I'm not wanted. So in that sense, one of the words that people use for journalists is a hack. So a friend of mine used to run a group called Hacks and Hackers, where journalists and techies will come together and discuss how to build for media. And it's a community globally, but that aside, I strongly believe in the power of the internet to change us, our society, the things that we do, make our lives better. And it's kind of like the utopian history of the future of the internet, right? There was a declaration of the independence of the internet in 1995 or 1996 or something like that. And the world around us has changed. Across the globe, you have different policies shaping up. There are blocks being created. So you have a different situation in Europe, you have a different situation in the US. China is treated as a complete anomaly. India is also shaping policy in its own way. So what's happening is things that you build for one jurisdiction may not necessarily be allowed in another jurisdiction, or may need to conform in a different, conform to how laws and regulations work in another marketplace. AI is fascinating because at one level, no one wants to touch AI because they don't want to be the ones to regulate and restrict and prevent its growth, because everyone wants to be an AI superpower. At the same time, there are obviously jailbreaks and the misuses and the deep fakes, and the impact that can have in society is fairly massive. And so governments want to do something. So about 4 months ago, our ministers were basically, they said on camera that we are going to take a light touch approach to AI regulation so that AI is allowed to grow. And then 4 months later, this policy comes out. So nothing is static. Just the way technology keeps changing rapidly, policy is also changing rapidly. And what defines one actually has a significant impact on the other. So I'm first going to just run you through some existential questions that exist at the intersection of technology and law and policy. So for example, who owns a dead person's voice? I don't know if you guys know, but A.R. Rahman basically recently gave royalty to the family of a playback singer who had passed away, and he used his voice and generated a playback singing in that song, right? So he gave royalty. And in another instance where another playback singer's voice was used, but no royalty was paid, the family was pushing back. Now, there are some things called property, personality rights. Bruce Willis has got has given his AI personality rights to a tech company so that he can make films forever. Anil Kapoor has gone to court and said that that his likeness should not be used by anyone anywhere because there was some scam running or whatever ads that were running on Instagram that were using him, right, and his face. But the question is who owns that, especially when a person has died and not given rights. Can you? And so if there are no rights, then basically you can build a movie starring what 50 dead people, no extras. How do you tell which video is fake? We are seeing deep fakes come out, some very good quality. My theory is that the worse the quality of a deep fake, the more difficult it is to detect, in the sense that if it's a grainy video and you can't really, the clearer, the higher the, if it's like a 4K video, it's more difficult to fake it. So those things kind of have an impact, and this is a conversation we're having in the world today because 70 countries are going to go for elections, right? So deepfakes are going to affect policy as we go along, and the ability to generate deepfakes and how you can use them is going to increasingly get restricted through policy. Can you scrape anyone's data from the internet? Personal data. Can you use their photos, their numbers, their email addresses if it's public? Can anyone use it? Can you build a database and build a marketing campaign out of that? Can you take someone's photo and build a deepfake video out of that? What stops it, right? India's data protection law says that personal information made public on the internet is not protected by the law, which means everyone's photos on social media can be scraped up, used to train. Nothing stops it in India. You can't do this in Europe. So different countries, different rules, different jurisdictions, right? Is ingesting copyright protected data to generate an output of copyright violation. So how does caching get impacted? Is it not like reading something? If a bot is reading an article, that's reading. I'm reading. You're not replicating it. What about processing it? I mean, effectively, AI is processing whatever input data is being given to it, whether it's at an initial stage or at a fine-tuning stage. But the output is not related to what the input is. Is it legal for you to basically take that data, even if it's copyright protected data? Is it copyright violation? These are questions that are going to be answered. So therefore, is content that's reproduced by generative AI violating copyright? This is the New York Times lawsuit. If you can read the text of the New York Times lawsuit, it is a beautifully crafted document which is logical, thought-provoking, and then that case is going to decide how things are going to shape up. Personally, I don't think that case is going to go to court. OpenAI will probably do a settlement. So no one can actually then use this to file a case again or win a case again. So it's not going to set a precedent. But the questions they're asking are very, very important because they've shown how entire articles that were copyrighted behind the paywall can be reproduced just by prompting OpenAI. OpenAI has stopped this now, but they have screenshots of those outputs. How do we legally deal with hallucinations? Who's responsible for hallucinations in AI? Who's generating it? I mean, effectively, is it the data that's been inputted? Is it the people or whoever defined the policies for adding weights? Is it the fine tuning? Is it the person who's given context before the prompt, and that's leading to the hallucination? Who's responsible for an output legally? Who's liable for a? This is one of my favorites, right? So did you guys see that recent thing where Gemini had put out an output to a question asking whether the Prime Minister is a fascist? Our Prime Minister is a fascist? Did you guys see that? Now the question I was asking was, who's responsible for it? Is it the person who has? Is it the person who's asked the question? Is it Gemini that's given that response? Who knows what prompt it may or what context may have preceded that output, right? Or is it the person who took that screenshot and put it up on social media? Who's distributing that to the public? So who's responsible for a defamatory piece of content generated by AI going online? Do you guys know what an intermediary is? Anyone? No? You know what a platform is? So the reason we have social media, in fact, the reason we have the internet is because there's something called a safe harbor protection, which is whatever I see in this room, IIT Delhi is not responsible for it. So IIT Delhi has safe harbor with respect to what I say here. It's the same way a mall is not responsible for what a shop sells in the mall. So legally, safe harbor protections means that any platform is not liable for third-party content. So what you post on social media, YouTube is, let's say you upload a video on YouTube, YouTube is not liable for it. You are. But the internet also allows anonymity. Then what happens? And so what level do you want, like Aadhaar KYC for the internet? I mean, there are politicians who want it. I'm not going to go there. But what happens in case of a chatbot? Is it an intermediary, which is that it's not responsible for the output, or is it a publisher that it's actually generating and publishing an output? What is publishing, right? These are all questions that you have to think of when you're building, because somewhere someone is going to hold you to account for what you build. So the platform be 100% responsible. So should face if there is a crazy amount of misinformation that's going to be generated, because we are going to go to elections in the next 2 months, right? And you know that there are fake news factories that will be operating. Every political party is going to hire them and try whatever is going to happen. Social media is going to get flooded, correct? Already getting WhatsApp is getting flooded. Whatever, but that's not public, that's private. But online, social media is going to get flooded. Should the platform be held liable for not removing that content? How do they determine? How do they detect? There are not only are there are there problems like this, but in every problem there's an opportunity to solve that problem. So figuring out what is fake news is basically a business model that many people are looking at right now, because there's a demand for it, and clearly there's an infinite supply of fake news and disinformation and misinformation online. So the fundamental question that I've been thinking about is, how is an AI responsible for the output? Like I said, there's training data, there is weights, there is fine tuning, new data is ingested after the model is ready. There is a prompt, there is context. Who's responsible for the output? These are questions that will come up in copyright. There are questions that are going to come up in cases of defamation, liability. So whatever you build, you have to be conscious of how the legal framework is shaping up. And how do we test? Because that was one of the requirements. How do we test the AI for whether it is? Because they said don't use untested AI. But the fact is, in the wild, it will behave in manners that people who build it can't predict. So who's responsible? How do you test it? Testing itself is a business opportunity, right? So I'm just going to quickly go through the advisory for you guys, because this was a C. Manchanda put it up online. Thankfully, a lot of us had it in private, but he put it online, so I can put it here. Due diligence is basically that you should be aware. You need to inform users not to do certain things. That's the due diligence thing. In order to retain safe harbor, a platform needs to do due diligence. That's one. I just highlighted the phrases that you need to be aware of, right? Now, in the advisory, it says platforms have to ensure. The word ensure is a legal phrase. How can a platform ensure that these models do not permit, host, display, modify, publish, transmit, store, whatever, any unlawful content? So you also need to know what unlawful content is. As outlined in Rule 3.1b, I'll quickly get to that as well. Also, under testing, unreliable LLMs, whatever, should not be available to users on the Indian internet. What is the Indian internet? jurisdiction issues, right? Um, they should also have appropriate labeling where that there is possible inherent fallibility and unreliability in the output generated. What kind of labeling? There needs to be a consent pop-up mechanism. Will consent clean absolve the platform for all the issues that might pop up? Again, where any intermediary through software, whatever, permits synthetic creation or generation or modification of a text. How do you detect a modification of text? How do you detect that the text is synthetically generated? With surety, right? Audio video, still little, there are mechanisms for checking, and even those are getting addressed. How do you detect synthetic nature of text? Um, there needs to be permanent metadata or identifier on the content. You all know that that as with DRM, anything that can be protected using DRM, you can remove DRM also. So if you input a watermark or an identifier, that watermark or identifier can be removed as well. So how do you ensure, like it's almost like the government has just picked keywords from everywhere saying these are solutions, dumped it in and said, we've got a law, now you figure out how to deal with this. Even though there's no way to really deal with this, right? So broadly, if you're in this domain, I'm gonna just skip some of this stuff, but I also wanted to showcase how you saw what was in the text of the advisory. What the minister is saying actually does not accurately conform to what the advisory itself has. This is what he said on Twitter. Only for large platforms and will not apply to startups. Where does it say it doesn't apply to startups or that it applies to only large platforms, right? Nowhere. All intermediaries are requested to ensure compliance. Not small, not big, all. Then all platforms do not have safe harbor or a free pass vis-a-vis unlawful content. But they do because they have safe harbor. Safe harbor only goes when there's a government order or a court order related to a specific piece of content. The Supreme Court said it. So what you are seeing from ministers on social media is not actually accurate when it is with respect to the laws, right? So having an understanding of policy is critical. And I'm not going to go into 3.1b and the legalese part of it, but you should care about tech policy because it is being shaped as we speak. People don't understand technology. I don't fully understand technology. I don't code. Get involved to help, right? Understand where there's a gray area. Regulatory tech is a business opportunity. It's a product opportunity because there are companies who have to conform to laws, to regulations as they keep coming up. There's an opportunity there. There is complexity in products. Let's take data protection. Different laws in the EU, different laws in India, different in China, different in the US. US barely has any. But different markets have different laws, so your product needs to operate differently in different markets. There are things, for example, that AWS does not do in India or does not permit in India that it permits elsewhere. All products work differently in different jurisdictions. That's the fragmentation of the internet as it's happening right now. Help save the internet from this fragmentation. In a sense, participate wherever you can, because the guys who are making laws do not understand technology. And so they make bad policy like we've seen with this AI policy. Even though I do believe that our Minister of State, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, understands tech really, really well. He was in IBM. He worked at IBM on chipsets once upon a time. So, but there are political issues that play different. It's like no policy is a single person's responsibility. That's the way law works, right? But we're seeing poor policy making. Figure out which market to pick. So, for example, India's Web3 policy led to a whole bunch of people just basically packing up, moving to Dubai. Because Dubai has more freedom in terms of operation, more ease of doing business. enables Web3. Even Singapore started clamping down. Before that, Singapore was the hub for Indian startups to move to, simply because taxation was better. Understand policies and laws and which country and jurisdiction you want to operate in, because that's going to impact what you build, how it impacts your product, how much your product is allowed to do. And therefore, in that sense, don't break the law, so avoid reputational issues, right? Avoid penalties, avoid lawsuits, avoid disruptions, avoid the need for product rejigs all the time. Policies will change to force you to change your product. That's happening in case of India's data protection bill in the next 3 months. If you want to build, data protection is the biggest business opportunity in this country over the next 1 or 2 years from a product perspective, because every single company that has personal data will have to build something there. So that's it from me. I have about 10 minutes for questions, if maybe a little more if they allow me. But I just wanted to give you a sense using something that's a hot topic right now about why it's important to know these things. Questions?
I'm Kanish. So my question is, why is there so much hostility towards AI? Because there have been softwares, like Photoshops, and there have been websites which have distributed harmful content and fake news, for example. So, for example, in case of fake news, if it is an institution that hasn't provided explanations, it can be liable, but not the individuals. But with the AI, the policy basically, you said about the gray area that who's liable.
So let's make this a conversation, right? Let me explain something, then if you have a question, you ask that.
Sure.
The problem isn't how people think about it. When it's generating an output, the expectation and the understanding that policymakers have, or even someone, forget the policymaker, the public believes that, and because you and I are very different because of our level of understanding here, right? They believe that the output from an AI chatbot is going to be factual. So there's a difference in perception about, we know that the output from AI, at least from an NLP-based chatbot, is going to be probabilistic in nature, right? They don't understand it's probabilistic. I can change the temperature settings, and the output can be either more accurate, but can still hallucinate, or can be wild. They don't get it.
So in that case,
Mic up, I can't hear you.
okay.
Mic up like this. Yeah.
Is it audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So my question regarding that is, so in case of harmful websites, there is just a disclaimer that you say that you should be getting this or not. If it is publishing some kind of mutated content or something. So why in the case of it just cannot be some kind of a pop-up?
Which publicly available large chatbot does not have a disclaimer?
I mean, it does.
Of course it will. Nobody cares. Because when the output is something that becomes politically sensitive, someone reacts and says, how can you allow this to happen? How can someone say that there are people who have said that the Prime Minister of India is fascist or has fascist tendencies, right? There are articles that have been written. It's processed, it's given the output. At the same time, it said Zelensky's, whether he's a fascist or not, is a matter that needs to be looked at or something like that, right? One person gets that kind of an output, the other does not. So they say, why are we being discriminated against? It's policy. Understand that all policy is politics.
Yeah.
4 months ago, we want to take a light touch regulation to AI. 4 months later, one thing happens, all of a sudden, boom. You need government approval to launch AI policy. Remember, no matter what they've said, the advisory has not been changed, it has not been revoked. Only the minister's done some tweets that are not in line with the advisory. So effectively, legally, the advisory is in play. By the way, the advisory itself is illegal because it's an advisory, it has no legal backing. But it is in play. Everyone has to submit reports. Now, another thing, if computing moves to the edge for this, then will everyone who deploys a chatbot on their device and uses their own training data, will they have to go and get government permission to do so? They don't understand that AI is eventually moving to the edge because computing power devices will improve. Correct? They don't get it. They don't think about it. That's why it has to be a participating process. And that's, by the way, I saw that there were folks from IFF outside. The role that they play in society, in Indian society, is that they help inform the government, ask the government, challenge the government, and many of these things. As a journalist running Media Nama, I also do that. I was involved in setting up IFF. The idea is that we need to keep engaging so that and asking these hard questions, like how is an AI responsible for the output that it gets? Could be carbon emission, whatever. You know the reasons why. They don't know the reasons why.
This conversation can go very long, so I will just thank you.
I'm happy to keep engaging. Anyone else has any questions? There. I saw you also. Go ahead. Before you do, let me just also tell you guys one other thing. The data protection bill has a clause that everyone below the age of 18 will need parental consent to use any app, and it has to be verifiable parental consent. Can you guys imagine getting parental permission to visit every site, use every app one by one, and do like a facial KYC for your parents for that, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever? Can you imagine? It's in the law. So we don't, and they don't know how to implement it, but it's in the law because in spite of all of our nudges saying this is a stupid policy, it's still in the law. So, but there's an opportunity in figuring out how to provide verifiable parental consent. Sorry, you've been waiting.
So from what I understand, lawmakers are not that aware about the tech, and techies are not interested in going into law and building regulations.
Correct.
So where can we go to volunteer or go to help?
Excellent. So there are public consultations that happen all the time before laws are built. I started the Say the Internet campaign in 2015, and IFF is an outcome of that campaign. A bunch of us who ran the campaign. I've been looking at government consultations for decades now. The government puts out a set of, either they put out a set of questions that they want answered, like the TRAI does that, or they have a draft law, and law is like code if you think about it. Even if you understand one part of it, give your input. Who knows where, how it might have an impact. Our thesis was that if 15,000 people write to the TRA and say violating net neutrality is bad, and this is why it's bad, they take notice because there are 15 telecom operators and Facebook pushing that against us, right? It's another thing, we got like 2.5 million people overall over the entire year. And so we won that. But since then, winning is becoming more and more difficult. But more participation means there's more thoughtfulness in policy making. So look out for consultation papers. At Indianama, every time there's a government consultation of significance, we do a story saying that there is a consultation about to happen. Every time there's an interesting lawsuit, we write about it as well. So for us, we're a repository of that. IFF, for their bit, whenever there's an important consultation, they also participate in it. So you have to just, let's say, subscribe to us or to them, to the newsletter, just keep tracking, find something. Track me on Twitter, I'm at NIXXIN. I'm very noisy about these things. So there are ways. Unfortunately, there's no single source of truth in a sense. Okay, thanks. Can I get 2 questions? 2 questions. Okay, one. Anyone? There's a hand up here, I think, somewhere. Anyone? We're done. Okay, so I have a question. Who is it? You have a question. Go ahead.
For the beginners who are fresh in college, how they can start looking into tech. I mean, we all use tech by default. We woke up, we open a WhatsApp or and then how policy is like affecting me. I mean, I had all the slides you were talking about, but what's action for me to start involved or resources to learn?
So IFF and Media Nama, I would say, right? Because look, we cover the news. You have to be interested in the world around you because what you're building is going to be impacted by the world whether you like it or not. Unfortunately, quite often there is like on the tech side, you feel that there is a sense of at times elitism, at times idealism, saying that the world is not going to impact you. And that's sometimes necessary for pushing at the edges and building something that the world cannot even imagine. I get that. But you can't be ignorant of the law because eventually the law will come for you if you are ignorant of the law, right? So just read, man. I mean, that's the only solution that I have.
Follow-up question. We all are used to these short contents now. How we are going to do it?
Excellent. Read longer pieces.
Everybody.
Reels will not teach you anything really. That's just a dopamine hit. You want a dopamine hit, go for it. But it's not going to make you understand the world better. I mean, I had a fascinating conversation 3 days ago in Bombay with a guy who was explaining how some of the things that are happening are very similar to how the Romans used to segregate their military units. And like, how do you know this? He said, I read Pax Romana. History is also a great teacher in that sense. Right? So I think effectively for every one of us to become well-rounded citizens, we need to also pay attention to what has happened in the world. Look at the history because you don't want to make the same mistakes again, and think about what's the future that you want because you're going to have to build it. Thank you.
So, just to add, we have a IFF Internet Freedom Foundation's booth table outside. You want to know more about it, or you can ask Structure Media Nama or directly ping Nikhil on Telegram. Sorry, Twitter.
Okay, so our next talk is on digital ecology. Joanna Murjan will be taking it. She's the founder of Digital Ecology Institute. Can we please welcome her?
Oh, does it work? Work now? No. Hello.
You can speak here.
Okay, I can speak here, of course. But
you can use that.
Okay. Wait a second.
You want to use that?
I think it was crashing a bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoa. Okay. Hello. Nice to see all of you, all your beautiful smiling faces. And I'm going to talk a bit today about digital ecology. And I know that for some of you, it might be a new term. So let me first give you some explanation. Was it about? So digital ecology, like ecology in general, is a knowledge and ability to understand what's happening at the intersections and how systems are affecting each other. So in the context of digital, and what I'm doing like in my professional life, I'm researching how our relationship with data and how the way we and you are developing software, how it affects the hardware and this physical dimension. Because at the end, hardware also requires energy, resources. Hardware also has the end of a life cycle, which we can see and as electronic waste, about which I will talk a bit more later on. And also, it's really important to remember that at the center of this everything, we are humans, and this is also good to remember that. Actually, our habits and our beliefs forming the way we are using data and how we design and develop digital products and services. So I'm here in India for a few months already, and mostly what brought me here is a field research about electronic waste. And some folks from FOSS United has helped me with it, so I'm really grateful for that. And so why here and why in Delhi? It seems that Delhi became like the biggest hub of electronic waste management in Asia, mostly because countries like Europe, US are sending here a lot of like second-hand technology just to, with intention to put it again on the market. But the truth is that actually it ended up as a e-waste. E-waste, which is like a stream of waste, was the most toxic stream of the waste we are producing and generating as a society right now. We hardly are able to manage what's happening in the plastic nowadays. And there is like another huge, really highly dangerous stream that is coming, and the amount of the stream is highly associated and highly interconnected with the way how we produce software and what is our relationship with data. So this, what you can see, is a footage from yesterday. I came back from Moradabad. Moradabad is also one of like the crucial city and crucial hub when it comes to electronic waste management. And because here in Delhi, mostly in Silampur, like most of the electronic waste, it's getting sorted, and some of the items like plastic, some of the components are put back again on the market for reselling purpose. But old PC boards and all the other components are being shipped to the Moradabad, where people are working with them to extract metals. Because we have like almost 60 elements in our electronics, so some of them can be again extracted, and like gold, copper, in the batteries, cobalt and lithium. And so they are very highly also, you can get a lot of money out of it. And so we also call it modern mining, urban mining. We have like a lot of resources, basically literally lying on the ground, which can be then reused and recycled. So what you can see here, like we have, all of you are we all using smartphones, right? Nowadays, right? So, but the thing is that only 17% of our electronic is nowadays ethically and environmental consciously recycled. Most of them, just like I said, ending up in a landfill. And just to give you the scale, this is just a small piece, right? But those are all like old smartphones. We are just basically lying on a landfill, waiting to be dismantled or burned or put it in a acid bath. And yes, so the thing is also from economical perspective, like a lot of like trading happening here also in India. But the thing is that it's all happening in a very unsustainable and unethical way. So as a result, we can see like a lot of waste from electronic waste that like slowly melting on the ground. And what is really highly dangerous here, that most of those components and elements, they contain heavy metals, which extracted to the slowly extracting to the soil and to the groundwater. So basically, it's like a closed loop, where we, if we are not like taking much care about our electronic equipment, the way where we put it, to which recycling hub we are like putting them and throwing them away, they can end up like that and poison the soil and the water, which at the end is actually affecting ourselves. So that's the closing loop. And what is also really like highly dangerous that there is no enough of like infrastructure and technology that could handle this process. So most of the work is done it's basically handcraft, and people are burning cables, burning PC boards just to extract the metal out of it. Here you can, on the picture, you can see a person is burning like wires just to burn and just to melt the plastic to get the copper out of it and to put it again on the market for reselling purpose. And also again, like a lot of pollution, like air pollution. Here you can see, and of course, like it's also really highly affecting kids, and also in terms of like working condition, just like I said before, not enough of tools, not enough of good infrastructure that could cover it. And also good to mention is that like almost 25% of electronic waste, of our electronic becoming waste because of the planned software obsolescence, which means at some point we are losing the access to our software because it's not supported anymore. So we are throwing away our electronic equipment, and it became a waste. And this is like, kind of a domino effect, right? That at some point, some people in business trying to make a decision that they are not going to supporting anymore certain type of software, which people are already been using. So they just have to replace the hardware. Something like that will happen in 13 October 2025 when Microsoft decided to stop supporting Windows 10. And there's like a huge danger that it's gonna as an outcome, as a result, that there will be like a lot of another stream of electronic waste. And the reason I'm pointing it out, because we are here as a society of people working in tech, policymakers, and we have like a fully right to first of all stand against this kind of a practice, and also raise awareness about this negative aspects. And don't worry, my presentation is divided into two parts. First of all, I wanna put some light and your attention on this dark side of this problem, but also bringing some solutions for you here. And what is also really worrying me, that this problem also affects animals, kids, animals, environment, like everyone is here affected. And most on this on these places where this electronic waste is lying on the landfill, there are also animals who are biting old batteries and unconsciously getting also poisoned by electronic waste. So yeah, but at the end I want to, this is actually really I don't know if it's I don't have a word for it, because it's about, at some point it was a really sad story, but it has a happy end, because when I was on one trip with my folks from FOSS United in Mustafabad, we spotted the place where there was a dog and there were puppies, and there were one dog was eating the puppy, and it was very basically my heart just broke and I started to cry. And it paid so much attention that people basically rescue those puppies. So sometimes it's worth to cry for a social issue. And so yeah, and I think it's a matter of being aware of these aspects and put them under consideration when you are working on your software. And also, this is a very interesting picture because we are talking so much about AI nowadays, and there is a lack of discussion about environmental footprint of AI, about the energy consumption of AI. It's actually, the development of AI is limited by the development of data centers, right? So there is a limit, there is an environmental limit. And also, when we are talking about AI and its environmental footprint, we have the two different different types of footprint. First one is the operational footprint, which is associated with an energy that is needed to, to get access to the processing power. But also we have this embedded footprint, which is associated with like producing the hardware and like from the very early stage when we extracting metals and minerals which are required to actually produce our hardware, and also to extend this knowledge and this understanding to the very last part of the whole life cycle, which is electronic waste. So we are talking about the AI from the perspective of nice shiny pots, but actually this is how AI is looking nowadays. This is the waste from from the servers and from the data center, which actually is on the growth right now because of this like highly hyped AI things. So I also want to mention a bit to the previous talk about AI. So, I don't know if you're following Mozilla Foundation. They are doing really good job when it comes to raising awareness, especially like on a social level. About like ethical implication of AI. You can go on their website and sign up the petition because they are forcing big tech companies like Microsoft and OpenAI to be more transparent, because we as a consumer, we are having right to pushing them. Also, there is a really good approach in which you can just apply single one code of line of code into your website, just to kindly ask, I hope, ask ChatGPT and Google bots not to scrapping your private website for purpose of getting your data and for training the models. So you can easily implement that, and also because of that you also can not be part of this problem where AI consuming like a crazy amount of energy. And also when it comes to AI, we also talking about water footprint. This is also raising a lot of attention nowadays. Mostly water is used in the data centers for cooling the whole system. So it's also good to remember that there is also this aspect to cover. So what are the solutions? We know that what is the problem. It's good to know that. I hope that you will be now aware of it, and you will keep in mind those aspects when you are working on your projects. And there is a lot of things happening right now when it comes to sustainable and green IT software development. And by its definition is an approach to first of all being more aware of this physical application of our software, of our code, but secondly also measuring the energy consumption of your product, and looking for a way how it can be more efficient and where we can gain some energy savings. And so also there is I would go there's a whole new movement and a trends happening right now. I call it 250 kilobyte club, but it's a new approach and new need on the market, and the people who are actually tired of this overstimulated digital products which stealing our attention, which are constantly triggering us to to look at our screens. And so there is a new approach. There is a new trend coming of the people who are actually gaining a more healthy relationship with the technology. But this also require supporting from the side of developers and people who are working on the products to came up with a solution which are also light and tiny. We call it also, especially in Europe, when I came from, this trend, a tiny internet. in a way that like developers, they are really aware of what kind of technology they're using. They minimize the libraries in the product, and they minimize the amount of code just to make sure that the solutions they are providing are super light, energy efficient, and can be actually processed through this what we call dump fonts, right? So that's the kind of approach that would be nice to keep in mind, and also being aware of it. And this is a really cool project. I think you might benefit from it, especially if you are developing apps. For Android. So this is a project from Delft University, and there was a group of engineers, and they measuring and came up with like a good guidelines for creating an application in a way they are more energy efficient. There was like almost 100 really good points that you can just easily implement in your processes and products. And so I think it's good to, just to keep in mind that they are here, and there are a lot of solutions already here, like guidelines, but I think it's only a matter of you to be more aware and trying to implement them on your daily basis. Also, what is really like we say, it's like this also is, this awareness is growing as this approach for sustainable digital infrastructure. In a way, we are, of course, everything goes to the cloud nowadays, but it's good to keep in mind that the cloud and the data centers, actually, they are consuming energy. And if you are working in a data centers, also is nice for, to push your push in your workplace that this kind of standards could become like a norm in your organization. So there are certain type of aspects which are being covered in a context of sustainable digital infrastructure. We are of course talking about the emissions in terms of CO2, because nowadays is like the most accessible way of measuring the environmental impact. And energy consumption is good to be, again, not only in terms of how our software consume energy, what are the energy patterns in our solutions, but also how it works on the side of the infrastructure. And also electronic waste, which I described more in the details at the beginning, so I will not point it out again. But just to please keep in mind that everything is intercorrelated. So how we even like a simple things, right? If you design like a form, how many forms are there, and what is the amount of the data you request from your user? And so the data has to be stored somewhere. This data requires, again, energy, requires hardware. And in most of the data centers, I had the chance to investigate. There is this trend that most of the servers, they are rent under the license. So it means that their life cycle is limited to up to 5 years, and after that they became electronic waste. So again, the streaming is growing faster. So it's also good to remember. There's like really simple approaches you can take, like downsizing your virtual machine to actually to fit to the side of your product can also result in a savings and in energy consumption. Because really simple things, but it's again about the matter of how you think and how you perceive what is digital, what are our products, your products, what kind of environmental implication they have. And also there's I'm maybe not going to go through all of this aspect, but also there is like this layer, this social layer, right? About like most of the big companies, they are picking up the countries, underdeveloped countries, where the cost to set up their new facilities, new data centers, and they choose the countries which cost of energy is really low, which mix of energy is not actually renewable. So the infrastructure actually affecting to even polluting more the the land and the local communities. And so at the end, they give like a huge promise that, hey, we have like a massive infrastructure that might help, but at the end it is highly automated. So like not many people actually really get can be hired in certain places. There was a really nice group of people from I think it was Holland. They actually they went on a strike when there was like a official launching of when Microsoft were planning to set up a new data center in their neighborhood, and they said no. And it was a really good example to prove that if local communities are getting involved, they have a power. They can actually block this kind of a new investment, because also those data centers, they require the access to the groundwater, and infrastructure like a data center infrastructure is considered as a critical infrastructure. So it means it's whatever will happen, they have to be on, because without them we are not able to have like consist access to like the government services and so on. So that's the question of if in the future, if there will be some kind of like, critical situation, who's gonna get an access to the water, data center or our local communities. So so it's good to put that on the consideration. And there is also like really nice approach, which I'm really fond of it. It's called permacomputing, because at some point we can, work with technology in a way that is very, as you can see on the picture, it's kind of a monoculture that we have. We have Microsoft, we have Google, and they at some point show us how the technology should look like. We are following their guidelines. We are following what they are saying to us, and we are just like powerless entities in all this game. And at some point, as a contrast, we have this permacomputing approach, which is more like about enriching local communities. It's more about like taking care about the weak. It's more about like taking care about your software, right? Because at some point, if we are giving our data, if we are giving our time, our attention to these all big tech solutions, they are taking care of like the upgrades, everything. But in the permacomputing, I'm running off the time. In this permacomputing approach, it's more about like being aware of what's happening on our computer, taking care of it, and also encouraging others to do the same. So I think it's I have a really will be able to get through it, but there is a really nice website, diagram.website, and this is like the gathering of like a current trends, like the anti-trends, I would say, like a new approaches for designing and for being more like environmental conscious when it comes to like developing new solutions. So you can just check the website and click easily through it, and it's really, really nice and really insightful, like a gathering of new trends and approaches, which might be inspiring for you. And at the end, I have two announcements. Sorry for that. So first of all, because during this research, I'm also involved with a lot of really nice people are helping me here, and one of them are people who are social workers who are working in Delhi industry areas with a working class, and they have like a really small computer institute there, but they have only 4 computers there, and they're like kids. There are even more kids who are actually need computers. So maybe if any one of you have like an old computer, it can be on Linux. You can put a Linux in there, so it can be the life cycle of it could be extended. I'm here if you can. I can give you some context to them. They are really open to get some new old equipment, and it will be very beneficial for them. Also, I have a little invitement if anyone here, because I'm right now involved in a research with University of Australia. We are trying to find out what are what stopping the IT industry to going on the sustainable path. So maybe during the lunch, like 5-9 people could join me for like a really short focus group. So I could ask you guys, how is it in your company or in your organization right now when it comes to developing like green IT solutions, and what's stopping you for doing so? So thank you for that. Yes, this is my private email address, and you can reach me on WhatsApp if I'm still. It's my Indian number. So if you have any questions, I think we are running out of the time.
You can take the questions outside the tea time.
Okay. Yeah. So tea time,
Or you can
question time.
email,
You can, yeah. And so if anyone would join me for this focus group, I will be lunchtime is next or tea time.
Lunch is next.
Okay, so during the lunch, 15 minutes, and I will be more than happy to talk with you guys.
That would be after the Elixir workshop. That would be around, say, 2:30 or 1:30 p.m. Lunch will be 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
Around that.
Thank you.
That was an amazing talk, Joanna. Thank you so much for coming here and giving us this talk. So the next speaker is Anuvarat Parashar. He is founder at Agencia.dev. He is going to talk about a language which is very close to my heart, Elixir, functional programming with Elixir Lab. So yeah, over to you, Anuvarat.
वर्कशॉप स्ट्रीम ही करते हैं, रिकॉर्ड रहने देते हैं क्योंकि बैटरी खत्म हो जाएगी।
Screen share.
That's why he quit and reopened the. Entire screen.
Do I get this? No? Yes? This works, right?
Yeah, this works.
This also works. Let's test it out.
Hello, I'm testing. Hello, I'm testing. Hello, my testing. हाथ में लेना पड़ेगा तो फाइन करेगा. Hello.
Yeah, be good.
Hello, my testing. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. भोजन नहीं हुआ है पता चल रहा है कोई बात नहीं. So this is a workshop and मजा तभी आएगा जब साथ में ट्राई करेंगे. Okay, which basically means कि you are more than welcome to be here and follow along without even trying to come on machine. But just in case this does not interest you, there are a lot of interesting discussions happening outside as well. Okay, so attendance नहीं मिल रही है यहाँ पे, you are also not being paid to sit here. I would be really happy if whoever is here is participating now. Cool. Awesome. Okay, so this is a short workshop on functional programming with LSA. I am Anurag Parashar. I run a small consulting firm called LSA, and I've been interrupted. Just kidding. Is it visible? Huh? People in the back? Yeah? Okay. Right. So I've been volunteering for few open source communities since 2016. Sorry, 16 में तो company शुरू की थी. Okay. Let's dive right in. Functional programming क्या होता है? किसी को पता है? सवाल का जवाब नहीं है. Yeah. Functional programming is based around the paradigm that state belongs to a function, and a function is in itself is a separate, independent unit of execution. First class citizen. What is the first class citizen? Maybe treat it as a value. Let's not go into the political discussion of it's technical, let's keep it. So, four primary attributes होते हैं. Everyone here is comfortable with me transitioning between the two languages, or should I stick to English? Anyone who wants me to stick to English entirely? No one? अब तो ये जीवन भजपूरी भी आ रहा है. So first thing is immutable data structures. Immutable क्या होता है? Which cannot change. So data structures as such, एक बार बन गया उसके बाद वो अपडेट नहीं होते. Sounds like counterintuitive, right? क्यों बनाओगे वेरिएबल? और वो वेरिएबल क्यों है? जब उसकी वैल्यू नहीं हो सकती. क्यों है वो बात बता सकते. Pure functions. What are pure functions? जो एक जैसा बिहेव कर रहे हैं. Yes. In what respect? No side effects and external behavior. Anyone wants to give an example of that? Okay. So physics के experiments किसको याद है? Yeah. When we try to do an experiment, हम उसे एक isolated environment में चलाने का प्रयास करते हैं. Why do we do that? To get consistent results, so that whatever is happening, जो भी हम कर रहे हैं, experiment कर रहे हैं, उसमें ये results environment की वजह से vary ना हो. Hello, testing. Hello, testing. चल रहा है. माइक चल रहा है. Okay. So कहाँ थे हम? Physics, isolated environments. Right. So pure functions की कॉन्सेप्ट ये कहती है कि हमारे प्रोग्राम के एग्जीक्यूशन के एनवायरनमेंट कुछ भी बदल जाए, फंक्शन का आउटपुट सिर्फ और सिर्फ उसके इनपुट पर डिपेंड करे. Whatever is being passed as input to the function, that is the only thing which will determine the output. This is how mathematical functions also work. Right? On a bright sunny day, sin 30 is half. On a rainy day, it becomes 0. That doesn't happen, right? So, something similar. First class and higher order citizens, higher order functions. Right. First class is where you can treat functions as a value. It can be passed around from one function to another. And when that happens, then the functions which take another function as a parameter are treated as called HOF, higher order functions. Right. And recursion. So ये in सारे basically anyone wants to elaborate on why functional programming is why all of these things would make it better way of learning? Highly parallelizable code. Okay. Modularization. Yes. Maintenance becomes easy. Fault tolerance. Okay. Q.
For example, since the state is not this, everything that is belongs to that function. So if something goes wrong, I know I have to repurpose and not go around replacing them.
Right.
Can you use this one?
I want to move around. Is it this one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Or is it that one?
No, this is an off.
Okay. अगर दोबारा होगा तो मैं बंद कर दूंगा. ठीक है. अच्छा, तो उसको ऑन नहीं करना है. लॉक इट इन अ सेफ. See, that is the unintentional effect of environment variables which you don't control.
This is all part of the talk.
Yeah, it's part of the plan. नहीं भी था तो हम बना देंगे. Okay.
Brief history of. Before we go there,
जो लोग follow along करना चाहते हैं,
We'll cover those two skills in a few minutes. Those who want to follow the workshop along, go to livebook.dev, create an account over there, and जो आपको यहाँ नजर आ रहा है, so this is livebook is like a Jupyter notebook, alternate like a छोटा भाई नया version of Jupyter notebook built in and on Elixir and Phoenix. If you want to follow along, setting it up would be a very good idea. कितने लोग करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं? Okay, brilliant. Okay, by the time you're finishing that, कोई कहानी है? Okay, so a छोटी सी story about how this came about. ये शुरू कैसे हुआ? Back in the 1980s, 70s, 80s, the world was revolving around telephone systems. Telephones were the pinnacle of technological innovation. सब उसी में मशरूफ थे. Isolated environment. External variables. Right. So telephone systems, telephone switches were the pinnacle of technological innovation, and Joe Armstrong and his team were trying to build a really fault-tolerant telephone switch. Now, किसी को idea what are switches in telephone systems? उस जमाने में क्या होता था? पुरानी मूवी देखी है किसी ने? really होगा. Yeah. Right.
And they manually have to basically switch one connection to the other to connect.
Right. So when you call, you reach an operator, and then the operator asks you either किससे बात करना है. That based on that they used to plug your line out and plug it somewhere in. So they were switching circuits. They were trying to automate all of this. Just like I said, technology is already trying to automate. And आजकल ये real world में हमारा job automate हो जाएगा. So Armstrong was trying to build a better system and more resilient system over there. And what they came up with, what they eventually built, ended up being the Beam virtual machine, which and along with that a full-fledged programming language called Erlang. And because of the problem statement that they were trying to solve, जो टेक्नोलॉजी हमने बाहर निकली वो ऐसी थी कि पीछे से हार्डवेयर बदल दो आधा सिस्टम शटडाउन कर दो, हॉट रिलोड कर दो कोड का, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, बहुत ज्यादा लोड आ जाए, एक पार्ट ऑफ हाफ ऑफ द सिस्टम इज एक्सट्रीमली अंडर लोड, बट रेस्ट ऑफ द सिस्टम विल कीप वर्किंग फ्लॉलेसली बिकॉज़ दैट वाज द प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट. सिस्टम के साथ कुछ भी हो रहा हो, कॉल ड्रॉप नहीं होनी चाहिए. Now, all of this became even more important, and it came to limelight for 1980s में उन लोगों ने बनाया, 90s में टेलीफोन इंडस्ट्री में बहुत अच्छी तरह यूज हुआ, late 1990s they open source to be virtual machine and Erlang. फिर काफी टाइम तक गवर्नमेंट की चीजें, and then WhatsApp made its entire infrastructure on Erlang, and they proclaimed that we are handling 2 million connections on one node. Albeit a very, very heavy node, but they were still managing 2 million connections, concurrent connections on one node. The whole world went crazy. Really catching. One node पे 2 million connections. And one of the people who got interested in that was Jose Valero. And they said, this is okay, although this technology is built for the telephone wala system, but this is the problems they were trying to solve are still existing. जब हम web पे काम करते हैं, there are still different systems trying to communicate with each other. So the basic tenets of the problem are same, and थोड़ा सा Erlang is slightly esoteric in nature. So हमारे mere mortal brains which come from writing a lot of code, at least mine, which comes from writing a lot of code in Python, Erlang seems like a guy. एक बार समझ नहीं आया. So on the same virtual machine beam, Jose created another language called Elixir, which borrowed a lot of syntactic attributes from Ruby, which is something we'll see. Okay. Now this is a sales pitch for the technology. Create use figure. One thing is the Phoenix framework, which is entirely web development. It's akin to Django from the Python universe, Rails from the Ruby universe, and actually also there are a lot of people who created this were already fans of Ruby, so बहुत सारा कुछ Ruby और Rails familiar देख जाता है. IoT ecosystem में Nerves project नाम की एक चीज है, which is trying to build leading this tool set, and because the systems are IoT का भी वही problem होता है, right? That you've got hundreds of thousands of nodes which need to stay in contact, stay connected, and be resilient most of the time. So data science में Elixir NX चल रहा है, which is again NumPy, Pandas वगैरह जो पूरा tool chain है, trying to bring it into the Elixir ecosystem. And LiveView native is another project which is coming up for I think mobile applications to be built natively in Elixir. But this is I think a couple of years away from becoming completely mainstream. Okay. We can open LiveView, second LiveView. How many asset time? Okay. You need to install. Right. So if you have Elixir installed, run it on your local. If you don't have it installed, run it on local. Okay. Hugging Face. Hugging Face is there. Fly.io, Hugging Face. Both of them would be allowed to run on local. Let's try to run it on my computer as well on Hugging Face then. Interesting. When did I allow it?
need to log into a. Is this visible? So live book select करना है from the drop down list. Anyone able to stand up? किसी को मदद चाहिए? So select new and then go to space. Okay, I need a couple of volunteers. जिसने setup कर लिया है, please help everyone else. What is the name for the space? Your name? And a secret? Let me password. What is the password with that? Select private and anonymous. So how many are able to see the live book interface now? Right, there are two options over there. एक तरीका है you run it on your local machine, which is set up eraser and to set up live book on the installed on your machine. And the second तरीका is we run everything in the cloud itself. So having space create करो, having space create करो, provided the password and then run. Shall we move ahead? Anybody else needs help? Somebody is following along. No? ये कहाँ चला रहा है? 7 चला यहाँ को नहीं चलेगा। कौन कौन यहाँ पहुँच गया है? ओके
So can somebody please volunteer to help others beside you?
Who needs help? Raise your hand, please.
Now, because this is a very basic language introduction of our workshop, we will start with this. Absolutely. शुरू हम करेंगे और चला चलाते खेलेंगे आपसे. Who's starting, sir? ये भाई हमसे बात करो ना, मना नहीं. Who's trying? Jupiter किसने यूज किया था? Everyone. ये समझ के पहले पढ़ना था, लेकिन it's not alien to that. So programming language सबसे पहले क्या चीज किसका सिखाती है? इधर भी पहला वाला वही होता है. What is that? Comment is लिखते हैं. Hash mark है. वो hash mark. Okay, so we'll take a 2-minute break from me talking to you, and we'll try to get everyone on the same page in the next 5 minutes, and then we'll move to the next segment. Good? So by the way, unless you've already figured it out, ये presentation भी live भी चलेगी.
I am seeing one common thing repeating on every screen. जो container launch हो गया है, उसके बाद close that download part of the video. If you're trying it on if you're trying it on Hugging Face, once the container is started, close the video pop-up and go tap on dashboard on the top right corner of the screen. I think एक में अलग-अलग बताया था. In the community we have a general rule. Sir, madam, दीदी, भैया, अंकल, आंटी नहीं बोलेंगे. First name only. I am not of it. So call me, please. Value of the total is the password that I mentioned before launching the library. If you don't remember it, destroy the space created again. And this time remember the password. अभी दिख रहा है? Visible? Good. So arithmetic operations का sanity test सबने try कर लिया? Everyone? No. कौन-कौन पीछे फंसा हुआ है? Setup नहीं हुआ? Sir, नहीं बोल रहे. Sir बोल रहे. Sir, मैडम नहीं भैया, अंकल आंटी कुछ नहीं. अरे who has been silent? This is very interesting. भाई ग्रुप को कहाँ पे होता है हम इसका तो जवाब मिलता है वहाँ से इसका कोई हल नहीं. Okay, let's move on to the next. So we jump through a few concepts. जल्दी से. Floats. How many people have programmed in at least one language before? Everyone. Brilliant. So ये करने का cover करने का जरूरत नहीं है. You have all. I am assuming you've already tried पंगे लेकर के. Strings are just as strings are double quotes. This is a unique concept which exists only in the Erlang and Elixir ecosystem. इसको किधर यूज करेंगे? What could be a potential use for this thing? Authentication.
They can be used to return some kind of a unique result. So let's say if you have a function and you want to return some kind of a descriptive value, but you don't know it's not zero and all. So you can leverage an atom to it and also provide unique names to a certain kind of values.
Thank you, Ramesh. Elixir आती है वैसे. तुम्हारा बैठी क्या करो जो हेल्प करो वर्कशॉप कराने. चलो कम करो. Huge round of applause for that. Okay, atom किसको समझना है? सुनाई नहीं दिया. So atoms are variables which have its own name as its own value. So when we do that, some interesting things happen. You can assign it, you can return it, you can assign this as a value to a variable, you can return it from a function. तो जितने भी प्रोग्राम आई बिलीव हम सब ने कुछ कॉन्स्टेंट्स डिफाइन किए हैं नए प्रोग्राम में. एंड व्हाट डू वी यूजुअली डू? हम कैपिटल लेटर्स में उस कॉन्स्टेंट का नाम लिखते हैं और फिर स्मॉल केस में कोट्स के भीतर उसकी वैल्यू लिखते हैं और कहीं टाइप हो जाता है तो अपने बाद में उससे लेते हैं और फिर बाद में रखते हैं. This is potentially going to save you from that. This is pinnacle of narcissism. Is it getting less than on its own? String define करने का तरीका and the concatenation operator. Try कर रहे लोग? Hallmark trait of a narcissistic speaker. Example में से किसी का नाम नजर आए. Am I moving too fast? No. Does anybody need help? No one's going that. No, there's any mistake on it. So, logical operations भी हो गए. Now, one interesting bit over here. True is also an atom. The way Elixir deals with Boolean values is by using true is a very special, true and false are very special kind of values. They are atoms. They are also symbols. Okay. When do we move to the next slide? Okay. Shall we move on to the next one? So, okay, how do you want me to move to the next one? Who does not? One. Right? Okay, so primitive data types are over. Now we are going to move into the territory of slightly. देखो, आज जो है ना सुन के उठाना होने वाला है। I recently came to know that in a political rally, one amazing leader asked a question which was supposed to be answered in the negative sense. Question was something like, "कितनों को लगता है कि मैं गधा हूँ?" I'm putting out my hand. So please start simplest one at a time. So what are couples good for? कहाँ use करना है? जहाँ पे integrate data नहीं चलता है। So मुझे primer देना चाहिए. Tuples are stored in contiguous memory locations. So जो arrays के benefit होते हैं in other programming languages, you get that from tuples. But because यहाँ पे सब कुछ immutable होता है, so if you try to modify it, it's going to allocate the new memory location for the same पूरा सब. One very common use case you see of tuples being used in Elixir is as a combined return value from a function. So when you start reading the code base, you come across the return value will be colon OK and then the return value, or colon error and then an error message along with that, which gets percolated up to a call stack. So that is how Elixir does error handling. Rather, the philosophy says errors to handle नहीं करना, let it crash. And होता क्या है कि so almost every function has two versions that are created. One version which returns a tuple with and then like colon OK and the value, or colon error and the error message. And there is another version of the same function which raises the error when there is an error, rather than returning something from there. और उन दोनों के नाम में जनरली डिफरेंस सिर्फ एक एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क का होता है. I am I'm digressing a bit from here, but so if you see here, there are two read functions from here. एक में exclamation लगा हुआ है, उसको पढ़ते हैं ban. So जिस function के आगे exclamation लगा हुआ है, वो exception raise करता है. It will not. और दूसरा वाला जो है, वो अगर नहीं भी मिला, even if it encountered an error, it's going to return the tuple to you. So that was a brief introduction to tuple ka usage. And now we've got, so I have got a few examples listed out there, comment karke. You are allowed to try it out on your own. And if you want me to try it out, तो बोलो. और अगर ज़्यादा बोरिंग हो गया तो वो भी बोलो. भूख लगी है? नहीं? चलो बना. Questions, anyone? देखो सवाल नहीं पूछोगे तो मुझे दो चीजें लगेंगी, either you're not interested. This will be modified.
Like it is an English code that it is the first element, but they depend on that all the rest.
Yeah.
Like the last one.
Yeah, that is the for her. Because ये recursion बनाने के लिए इसका first priority है. Because recursion functions बनाने के लिए. So another thing, you do not have the conventional for loop here. Any. Sorry, Karan. If you want to print any value, you can use something called io.inspect. That's io.inspect is the equivalent of print function. सर बोलने से रिपीटेड लोकेशन देना पड़ता है.
Actually, sir, sorry that. Sir, I was asking that on the documentation it is written io.post. What is the difference between this post and inspect?
Puts is string print करता है. Inspect is something that lets you. So puts will take only string. Inspect will take थोड़ा सा more complicated ऐसे data structure so string को convert करके लाता है. हाँ? This comprehension error दे रहा है. छोड़ा हुआ. So for how many people is it the first community thing, like open source community thing ever? Okay. So a general rule of engagement with communities, इधर किसी को सर मैडम दीदी भैया नहीं बोलना. And considering that some of you may have the birth dates after 2000, uncle auntie नहीं बोलना. So first names only, all over. Okay? And ठीक है, मानता हूँ कि this rule cannot be followed in your college. कुछ खड़ूस लोग होके परेशान कर सकते हैं तुम्हें. But almost everywhere in the professional world, this is something that is followed. आदत डाल. इसका एक ट्रांसलेट बेनिफिट क्या हो सकता है इस रूल का? जो शब्द के साथ जो आदर का इंटीग्रेशन हुआ पड़ा है वो टूट जाए. फिर आप आदर सिर्फ शब्दों से नहीं जाहिर करते हैं, आदर अपने व्यवहार से जाहिर करते हैं. And you're able to respectfully disagree with somebody. सर बोलने के बाद सर पीठ हो जाएगी ना सके. Boring well? Nine? Okay. Everyone has tried that out? Yes? Move on to the next one. मैथ्स ट्राई करो अभी. नींद टूट गई? गुड। हाँ? इतना बड़ी वर्कशॉप है। No, doesn't work. Okay. Syntactical solution. Shall we move on to something more complex? क्यों मजे ले रहे हो? So you've got just two examples after this. You want to try कर लो? Who needs an explanation for this? Yeah. That's good. I think दोबारा शांत कराने की जरूरत है ना? गड़बड़ हो गया। I'll try it later. हाँ सवाल क्या था?
So like, I know the syntax basically SS doesn't stay outside. So why do Alexa like something that I was using Java, like performance, reliability?
Good question. So why prefer Elixir? Good question. Let's go a few slides back. एलिक्सर का जो प्राइमरी फंडामेंटल है वो है उसकी वर्चुअल मशीन विच उसकी सारी जो परफॉर्मेंस और फॉल्ट टॉलरेंस वाले प्रॉपर्टीज आते हैं वो आते हैं फ्रॉम द बेसिक premise why it was created in the first place, which was the problem statement, which was चाहे कुछ हो जाए आधा हार्डवेयर बदल लो पीछे से सॉफ्टवेयर को हॉटस्पॉट मारो चाहे जो होता है कॉल ड्रॉप नहीं होती and most of the softwares we develop today also need to be online. Performance एक part of the system में अगर performance downgrade हो रहा है our systems need to be resilient enough कि बाकी system पे उसका effect ना पड़े. Right? So once upon a time I used to manage a web application which was hosting competitions. और उन competitions में होता था कि last में सबके साथ मस्त submission मारते थे. पूरा competition का duration हाई रहता and last 5 minutes everyone is going to submit their submission and multiple submissions everyone and also they will keep on checking the leaderboard for results. और मैं चाहे कुछ करके कर जाऊँ बहुत ज़्यादा ऑटो स्केलिंग भी कर दी तो भी वो लोड नहीं ले पाता बिकॉज़ कहीं ना कहीं जाने के भी थैंक यू which was basically why was that happening because जितने मेरे OS के processes थे they were getting clogged because of it. So Elixir ये कह रहा है कि अच्छा so we have to get into the concurrency part of it. Concurrency of Elixir is based on the processes. इसके immutable data structures, इसके functions वाला जो the pure functional programming that is there, it says that the virtual machine is going to take care of context switching, performance management. It has its own virtual machine has its own processes, which are different from operating system processes, which is managing your state. And because data structures are immutable, you can scale horizontally without and with resilience, without having to do or make all of that planning yourself. So जो Kubernetes आपको किसी इकोसिस्टम में Kubernetes का डालने के बाद जो आपको बेनिफिट मिलता है वो आपको स्ट्रेट अप एक इंस्टेंस पे मिलता है. आप में क्लस्टर नहीं करते 15 इंस्टेंस को without having to manage a piece like Kubernetes. That is why we do this.
Using like virtual processes on top of our main code.
Common virtual processes, yeah, sure, which are managed by the virtual machine, the Beam virtual machine, जिसकी context switching करने का और scheduling करने का जिम्मा virtual machine में ले रखा है.
We can say that it is like JVM or
sort of JVM with
more efficient version of JVM.
Fault tolerant version of JVM.
Is this being used somewhere in the timeline?
Yep. The presentation is running on Livebook, which is itself developed in Elixir. So it's a web application that you're seeing developed in Phoenix and Elixir. जिस पर presentation चल रही है. अगर आप livebook.dev पे चला रहे थे तो अभी आप वही यूज कर रहे थे. RabbitMQ यूज किया और Lang पे बना हुआ है. And RabbitMQ की resilience को कोई चैलेंज नहीं कर सकता. मैं परेशान हो गया था. चाहे पूरा सिस्टम फट जाता था लेकिन RabbitMQ में जो 4 एलिमेंट घुसा दिए हैं वो गायब नहीं होते थे वहां से जब तक उनको जाके निकालो नहीं.
I was asking the recent discussion about virtual processes. So are these virtual processes like जैसे threads के लिए green threads आए तो वैसे क्या ये process के लिए green process जैसा है?
नहीं, दिस इज लाइक नहीं ग्रीन प्रोसेस नहीं है.
Think of them as virtual machine के processes. Don't try to draw parallels from other ecosystems because parallels जब अगर analogy खोजने का प्रयास करोगे तो incomplete analogy होगी. So think of them as processes which are native to the virtual machine, and the kind of benefits we get are load distribution between different nodes of the same virtual machine. अगर cluster बना देते हैं उसका ना एक and the process is running on virtual machine A, 4 यहाँ चल रहे हैं, 4 यहाँ चल रहे हैं, 4 यहाँ चल रहे हैं. ये डाउन हो गई. इसके जो प्रोसेसेस थे वो बाकी दोनों पे रिस्पॉन्ड हो जाएगा ऑटोमेटिकली विदाउट एक्सपायर. there is a fine analogy कि हम किसी भी वेब एप्लीकेशन को बनाते हैं उसमें हमारे 4-5 प्रकार के कंपोनेंट्स होते हैं. इवन द मोस्ट बेसिक सेटअप एक वेब सर्वर होगा, एक डेटाबेस होगा, एक क्यूइंग सिस्टम होगा, एक कैशिंग सर्वर होगा, Redis, RabbitMQ, Memcache, डेटाबेस तो होगा ही, बैकग्राउंड जॉब्स के लिए अगर पाइथन में है तो सैलरी, अगर रूबी में है तो साइट की बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। यहाँ पे ऑलमोस्ट एवरीथिंग इज जस्ट रनिंग इनसाइड द वर्चुअल मशीन. If you want, even the database can be there, but because most of us are more comfortable with MySQL and Postgres, database हम अलग कर देते हैं. तो बाकी सारा वर्कलोड वर्चुअल मशीन पे दे सकता है. Yeah.
In terms of concurrency, did you like net cannot be compared with the concurrency models provided by
No. Concurrency models in Golang and Goroutines, वहाँ भी आपको concurrency मैनेज खुद करनी पड़ती है. यहाँ concurrency हम मैनेज नहीं करते. Because it is functional programming, तो context switching जो अगर स्टेट जो है मेरा वो मेरे कोड के भीतर रखा हुआ है तो मुझे मैनेज करना पड़ेगा. If I'm trying to do shared, so concurrency में प्रॉब्लम कहाँ आती है? जहाँ स्टेट शेयर करना पड़ता है, right? यहाँ पे स्टेट is being run inside a process, और process को virtual machine मैनेज करती है.
So it gives us comparatively less control as well at the same time.
You would call it as less control, yes, less control compared to C, Python, Golang. Just the way Python gave us less control, but saved us from, I don't know, Stack Overflow errors and segmentation faults. क्योंकि हम हमारे मैनेजमेंट करने नहीं आ रहे थे. Similarly, यहाँ concurrency management भी खुद नहीं करने थे. And concurrency management is being done by a system which was designed for handling massive load. You could say that batteries included for highly regulated tasks. Yes, and almost, I mean, which application is there जिसमें concurrent load नहीं करना पड़ता है? Most simple of our applications, अगर एक छोटा सा web application बनाते हैं, वहाँ एक भेजने के लिए हम एक separate component लगाते हैं, क्योंकि सर्वर पर एक worker लगाना पड़ता है, तब we send होते हैं. यहाँ that is handled in the same ecosystem. Okay. कंपाइल होके VM के साथ जाता है, यस. और VM का टोटल साइज जो है कंपाइल्ड वेब एप्लीकेशन के VM का टोटल साइज is somewhere around 200 MB of a good enough web application. Let me show that to you. How much time do I have? 7 minutes? Okay, good enough. How many fans of fly.io do we have here? Nice. Not machines. No. Right. अभी मिल नहीं रहा है, मतलब like I'm not able to find the evidence for this, but 200 MB की Docker image आती है. जब Docker build करते हैं उसको, तो along with the virtual machine and everything, for decent enough web application, so those are very virtual machine, which I'm trying to make for I tried to reduce the size of a Django-based application, and I have not been able to reduce it more than less than 500 MB. सब कुछ हो जाता है. So.
Docker size की image या
document, the whole document. Build करने के बाद let's take this. Any more questions? इसके बाद में हाँ. Wikipedia में document है? Yeah. IoT application. Nerves project नाम है उसका. Nerves. NERVS.
Yep. बोलो.
So one benefit is बहुत lightweight चीजें बनके निकलती हैं. The kind of fuel I can manage handle on lightweight machine. Immensely awesome. Right. तो ट्रेड ऑफ वहाँ आता है कि रस्ट में चीजें करके डिप्लॉय करने का भी मेरा कितना एफर्ट जा रहा है वर्सेस कॉस्ट ऑफ द एफर्ट कितना आ रहा है और इधर कम एफर्ट में कम दाम पे ज्यादा परफॉर्मेंस मिल रही है. It's not giving you pure functional data. That's the only difference. Rust is multi-paradigm. The only difference. Yeah. There are a lot of companies using it on very Rust. Discord का जो chat वाला message वाला section है, it's powered by an Elixir application. WhatsApp is powered by Erlang. Discord is powered by Elixir. I do. वो रस्ट पे चला रहा है मैं ये हम दिस इज बिकमिंग अ डिस्कशन रादर देन अ क्वेश्चन ये बाहर करते हैं. सो क्लोजिंग टू द माउथ क्लोजिंग टू द म्यूजिक सवाल एक सवाल सुन लो प्लीज. सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. How will the deployment strategy for a web application written in Elixir differ from something in, let's say, Python or Ruby? So first of all, जिस प्रकार का लोड हैंडल करने के लिए जनरली लोग कुबरनेटिस की ओर देखना शुरू करते हैं, उस प्रकार का लोड आप जनरली एक वर्चुअल मशीन पे हैंडल कर लोगे. आपको क्लस्टरिंग की आवश्यकता ही नहीं पड़ेगी. टू बिगिन विद 4 GB की एक इंस्टेंस उठा करके आप आराम से 1000-2000 कंप्यूटर आराम से चलाओगे. यू विल नॉट हैव टू थिंक. Two different
two different services like all database service. Do I need to spin up two different names?
Two different applications, yes, two different names. For services doing the same application, all the services will run on the same VM and cluster. Elixir के भीतर ही हो जाएगा सारा प्रोसेस कम्युनिकेशन. Yeah, they cluster to each other. So yeah, when you go into inter-process communication, I thought एक होटल में थोड़ी भी अलग होगा communication का, but this will finish on basis. Was it? Hey, are we friends? Yeah? Yeah. Two friends.
एक खत्म हो गया लंच टाइम
Check.
बस कैमरा सेटअप करवा रहा हूँ उधर में.
Font दिख रहा है? Font size is visible, right? Font size और zoom. It's good. और zoom करना है क्या? भाई फिर तो प्रेजेंटेशन मेरा पूरा आधा चला जाएगा. दिख रहा है ना? इससे ज्यादा नहीं हो रहा है. इससे ज्यादा नहीं हो रहा है. मुझे लग रहा है आई थिंक दिस इज फाइन. वैसे रिकॉर्डिंग हो रही है. I mean, people can watch later also. बोलो रिकॉर्डिंग हो रही है. If it's not visible, just listen to me. Anyways, it's gonna be 5 minutes. So.
फोन नहीं मिल रहा कोई वीडियो के लिए.
अच्छा मेरे में विशाल कहाँ है? वो तो फॉस नाइट का लेके घूम.
इंटरव्यू ले रहे हैं.
किसका? प्रॉफ.
आपको करना है क्या?
क्या
वीडियो चाहिए?
नहीं ऐसा मेरी रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं होती, तुमको पता है.
ठीक है ऑडियो चल रहा है स्क्रीन पे.
स्क्रीन इससे ज़्यादा बड़ा नहीं होगा. ठीक है ना ये?
चलिए ठीक है.
एक बार बीच में जाके देखो ना. वो जो P27 के हैं F27. सेजल लाइक और लोग को बुलाना है या फिर विल वेट फॉर अनदर 5 मिनट्स. या वो बुलानी है. Check. ये ऑन है?
आपको ये चाहिए?
नहीं, आई थिंक दिस इज मच बेटर क्योंकि मैं यहाँ देख के करने वाला हूँ। तो ये नहीं चल रहा है क्या?
चल तो ये भी
ये
रहेगा।
तो लगा देता हूँ ना, तो मेरा ऑडियो जो है यहाँ से जा रहा है भाई, फोन से जा रहा है, चलेगा? My God, damn. अरे माइक लगा, कॉलर माइक लगा के तो जाओ। चेक चेक। शिवम, where's Shivam? What?
कंपेयर हूँ मैं।
अच्छा, अनाउंसमेंट हुआ।
अनाउंसमेंट करेंगे आपका स्वागत। Hi everyone, welcome back to the sessions. I hope you had a good lunch and I hope you are feeling energetic. We are now going to add some colors to your CLI with the help of Abhishek. Please welcome him.
I have 2 mics. So how many of you have built CLI apps? How many of you have used CLI apps? And how many of you like using it? Any Git fans? Amazing, good. So this talk is gonna be very short. I know you all are feeling sleepy. You just had a great lunch. I'm just gonna cover this topic like probably 6 to 7 minutes, very small topics. It's a library called Rich, written in Python and mostly used for building terminal-based UIs. So you can basically create good, interactive, visually appealing CLI applications. So that's the talk is gonna be about, and it's a small library which is a part of framework called Textual. So Texture is again a big framework which is used to make terminal based UIs. You can say that. So it has a proper like how you use Django or Flask to make APIs, right? REST APIs. It has a set of rules and frameworks. So that's how Textual is also. But Rich is, you can say, a very smaller unit of it, which gives you a liberty to create your console applications, how you can interact, adding different colors and whatnot. So I'm Abhishek. I've been doing backend engineering for like last 6 to 7 years, and I also do dev advocacy and one of the organizers for PyCon India, and also contribute to FOSS United in my free time. And if you want to connect with me, that's my handle. I hope this is visible. If it is not visible at the back, just listen to me. The talk is gonna get recorded anyways, so you can watch the recording later on. Okay. And I write bunch of blogs as well, so you can check that out. And if you want to know more about me, my hobbies and whatnot, so you can check this out. And if anyone here is a big coffee connoisseur, we can catch outside and talk more about it, apart from tech. And this topic is very beginner friendly, even if you have not used uh, building CLI. It's just a very basic library utilization that I'm going to talk about, right? And then we can look into it. So Rich is, as I mentioned, it's a Python library that helps you make a really good, beautiful, and engaging CLI apps. So these are few features. You can do color printing, stylus text, whether it's a bold, italic, underline, making a link or whatnot. Then you can also render Markdown content, whether you are reading it from a file or you want to integrate existing as a variable or whatnot. And then you can also do column layouts. There are different um, layouts. Let's say if you want to build, let's say, completely terminal based text editor, for example, right? So you need layout system for it. So it supports that. It also has support for syntax highlighting of code and whatnot. So there are very much like very comprehensive guide is also available, documentation. I'm not going to cover each and everything. I'm just going to give you a very small flavor of it, how it looks like, and so that it excites you to try out. And that's my goal. I loved using this library, and that is why this talk is about. We already discussed this. So yeah, the one key capability that I would like to mention is that as compared to other CLI libraries, Rich has also combined a lot of CSS, like the CSS that we write in web applications, right? For stylizing our HTML code. So this has a CSS compiler as well. So the range of color coding that we use in any web application is also supported in the CLI itself. So that is like one of the primary features that I love, so that I can customize things as per my need. But there are a lot of other libraries that's also available. But this is again a very opinionated library that I'm going to talk about. It may not fit your needs, but it's open source. So I just want to talk about it. It helped me a lot. So now the thumb rule is that whenever you use this, I'm going to show you some examples as well, of course. This talk is not just talk. Also, please remind me about Ansh, about the timing, so that I can stop. So everything in Rich starts with the console. You can consider it like it's a main class, which has all the features, a heart of Rich. So this is how you do it. You initialize a console, and then every parameters, stylizing and whatnot, if you want to create custom themes or layouts and whatnot, everything goes through the console. So you have to initialize that, and then you derive your entire application based on that. I can also show you one example. quickly. It's very small. Is this fine? I'll just close this. Is this fine? Visible at the back? Cool. Okay. So just to give you one example, like we have a normal print statement, right, in Python. Anyone who is not aware with Python here? Okay. Cool. I think that's a default language. Um, yeah. So when you do normal print statement, right? Sorry. This is how we get like very plain, black and white. And then even if you want to print something which has a nested, let's say dictionary or list or let's say set and whatnot, this is how you do it. But then with rich, if I do from rich import print, again, this is not a good way to do it because here we are just overriding the print method. We should not do that. This is just for a demo purpose. So if I again print that, see the difference here. This is just one example, and then likewise for other data. So the good part is it understands the data structures, what it has, and then it kind of has a default style settings, and then it works on that. But you can also customize that. This is one example. And then this is not the good way to do it because here what we are doing is overriding the default print method, right? That's not how you write the good code. So as I mentioned, the heart of rich is console. So you initialize a console object first. I'll just clear this. And now if we print this again, you'll see the difference as I showed. And you can also pass the parameters like what style you want. So this is in bold right now, if you can see the difference. And let's say if you want to do underline as well, right? Again, there are two ways to do it. Either you can use the inline style itself, or you can pass all the styling parameters as a style named object. So if you see here, you can also do it in this way, and then you can also do something like this, like how we do in normal HTML tags, more like that. So that is one example of it. And if you want to do a custom, so my primary reason of using Rich was to build a custom loggers, right? If you're working with very large code bases, I'm not sure how many of you have implemented loggers, but I mean logging is very essential. So for different services, it might be a need that you have a different logic for your loggings or loggers. So at that time, it's essential that if you want to use different themes according, right? So these are like a default styling, right? But if you want to define your own theme, you can also do something like this. You import a theme and then you define what parameters you have. I mean, what styling themes you want to give. So you can define a variable, like let's say, in this case, if I want to show success or a failure, right? Very traditional example. You can define that how you want to do it, and then you can just part that as a parameter to a console theme, and then it will do it. It will do the needful theming. I'll just show it. Ansh, do let me know about the time. I have some better example to show as well, but since it's a very beginner talk, I just wanted to make sure that we see the excitement part first. And if you see this, now if I pass style as success, I'm not passing the color as green, but rather than the theme parameters. And again, you don't have to define in a dictionary here. You can have a complete configuration file of a theme as well, depending on what kind of program you're writing. And it will inherit the theme from the file itself. So the better way to do it is write a configuration for a theme, like how we do different CSS parameter styling sheets. And same way you can do for failure, and then it works the same way. I mean, you can also do the inline comment and do so on, right? Um, so I wanted to show a few examples here. This is the rich. Once again. So this is the repository for Rich, and if you want to look into more examples, they have a comprehensive example folder as well. And on the documentation, they have a community contributed projects as well. You can look into that as well. So the two projects that I use and the Rich is being used is there's this tool called Prefect. So again, this is, I just need 2 minutes. And the Prefect is a data orchestration tool, mainly used for scheduling of data engineering tasks. For example, if you have to build ETL process and whatnot, right? So that is where the Prefect is used. It's more like a modern version of Apache Airflow. And Prefect uses Rich by default for their CLI. And there is another tool called Toolon, which works more like a tail and a less Linux commands, right? It's kind of mix of both, and it's used for reading very large log files. So it's completely based on Rich. And the project that I talked about initially, Textual, right? So Textual uses Rich as one of the libraries, and Textual is itself is a TUI, which is used for building very large or very extensive terminal UI interfaces. I have few examples again to show. This was like a very basic thing, right? So the example that I was talking about of a tool so this is completely built on Rich. So again, this is one basic some configuration file I had written for one of the projects. But if you have to search and do everything, you can still do it in this. So you can look out later. I'm anyways gonna share the talk URL and you can check it out. And this is just one example. What are the different type of progress bar, and then other layout is supported from the Rich. So you can just import. If you just want to test how Rich looks like, you can just do Python -m and then Rich. It will show you all the features that it has. So yeah, that is there. This is again syntax highlighting and whatnot. So let me go back to my talk. Again, if you want to, my time is up anyways. So this is a documentation, this is a project repo. And in fact, these particular slides are again built on Rich. And this is the code for it. It's not like a very big, this is what I'm presenting right now. Again, a bunch of markdown stuff. And then what you see as a box is called panels. So each panel has, different markdown as rendering. And then a bunch of things you can do. You can also do column layout and whatnot. Again, this is very exciting library. I love experimenting with that. And in fact, initially, if you saw the screen timer, right? Do not panic. Again, that is a feature of Rich. If people were not aware, I can run that again. And this is the slide, and the code for this particular slide is on the last bit.ly/richFOSS. You can check that out. This is the code for this particular presentation that I made. I think that's all. If anyone wants to access. So yeah, thanks a lot. I'll take question answer later. I think it was pretty basic library, so I don't think so anyone will have a question. But I would encourage if you folks can build something and then then probably in the next meetup, anyone from you can come and give a talk how you build your CLI. Yeah. You have a question? From the Rich. So I have mainly used it only for loggers, but it's not open source. So I work right now as an independent consultant for multiple companies, and that is where I have used it. But I primarily use only for logging. Yeah. But if you want to look for the examples, the repository already has a bunch of examples. So yeah, thanks everyone. I need to go.
बस
इसको फुल स्क्रीन
हाँ ये ढंग से नहीं दिखाएगा ये इतना ही होगा आई थिंक
दिस इज इट
नो अदर वे बिकॉज वी विल नॉट बी एबल टू शोकेस
शुड बी फाइन आई थिंक
जूम इन लॉट ऑफ कंटेंट
जूम इन कैसे होगा भाई
नहीं हो रहा
नॉट वर्किंग
दिस इज शेयरिंग
पर
अगर तुम्हें बिना स्ट्रीम के करना है तो कर सकते हो because we'll have a lot of content within this basically it will not be able to show it better yeah I understand वो actually share हो रहा है तो वो दिखेगा इतना so if you want to remove it from the call you can do it
But
stream नहीं होगा
स्ट्रीम नहीं होगा
stream नहीं
I want stream
ठीक है
पूछ लेंगे अगर ऑडियंस को नहीं दिख रहा होगा
we can try changing the laptop but वही 5 मिनट लगेंगे या अपना लगा सकते हैं
लगाओ मैं लिंक भेज देती हूँ तुम्हारे में फुल आ रहा था फुल स्लाइड आ रही है
फुल नहीं आ रहा मतलब चला के पता चलेगा
अच्छा ठीक है ट्राई करो जल्दी से ऐसे आगे इधर या फिर
कर लेते चालू कर लेते हैं
कर ली वी आर डूइंग इट लीव इट इट्स ओके
लेट्स स्टार्ट
हाँ Mic check. Okay. Hi everyone. So I'm Sejal Jain, and today we'll be talking about how at Zomato we're leveraging Kafka for ecosystem growth. So I'm Sejal Jain, as I told you, and I'm a software developer at Zomato. I joined about a year back, did 6 months of internship and 6 months full time.
Hey, I'm Himanshu. I'm at Zomato for close to 9 years. I'm currently EVP engineering of Zomato, as well as if some of you have heard about Zomato Gold, I'm also looking on the product and business side of things.
Awesome. So now that you know a little bit about us, let's deep dive in. So for people who do not know about Zomato, hoping that is a very small chunk, we are a food delivery company, and we're basically connecting the customers, delivery partners, and also the restaurant partners, right? So for the general audience, it may seem like only you guys are our customers, but that's not true. We're also constantly building for our restaurant partners and also our delivery partners. Coming to the topic, Kafka. So why is Kafka even needed? Let's see. When you talk about processing in the background, suppose a lot of orders are coming in, right? So they're messages. You want to process them asynchronously. How do you do it? Very intuitive. First idea would be to put it in a queue and then keep consuming those messages, right? But queues actually, they do not serve our purpose. Why is that so? Firstly, in queues, this data is being stored in memory, so that costs more. It is also the fact that this queue will not help you in maintaining the order of basically the order of the messages, right? So if a order message has come in wherein we send, okay, is this order accepted? This order is now first relayed to merchants, then it is accepted. So what will happen is in this diagram, you can see that there's one consumer right now, but let's suppose there are many consumers, right? So and one consumer has taken the order accepted packet, right? But now that consumer is facing some lag and they have not processed the order. But then there was another message which was basically that order has been completed, like rider has been assigned. That some other consumer takes in. So there's no ordering. We don't want that to happen. We want that the order is first accepted and only then the rider is assigned. Apache Kafka. So how does Kafka help us? Here now in Kafka, these messages are actually stored not in memory, they're stored on disk, and that is relatively cheaper for us. We're also having in Kafka, we can have multiple consumers, multiple producers, and Kafka also helps you in scalability, because what happens is you might have basically you want to store a lot of data, and that cannot be there in one message, right? So in Kafka, you can actually create some partitions which will help you chunk that data into smaller chunks. With Kafka, what you can also do is that you can replicate your data. So basically you have some kind of a replication factor, and it helps you maintain if your leader, basically where there's a lot, the leader has the main data. If that goes down, you have some replication factor, and that data can be consumed from the replicated. So some concepts that we should know when we're talking about Kafka. One thing is producers, right? So what is it? You can imagine this yellow box in the middle to be a black box for you. What happens is there are certain producers and then there are certain consumers. Kafka works on a publisher subscriber model. So the producers are actually publishing this data. They can be applications, some other clients, and they're publishing that data into the Kafka cluster. And then there are certain consumers, right? So these consumers are then subscribing to this, there are certain topics. So they subscribe to the topics which they're interested in, the data that they want to pick, and they're able to do that. So in consumers, they're doing that, but then there's also one more concept. Now, when the producers are producing this data, there can be three types of things, right? So while producing data, these producers can be, while producing the data, there can be one acknowledgement that they take where they're like, okay, I just send you data. I don't care if in the Kafka cluster there's data being stored. Then there's another kind of acknowledgement where they're like, okay, you have certain replication, places where data is being stored, but I don't care about that. At least in the leader place, put my data and I'm okay with it. In the replicas, you can internally manage it and replicate the data. So that is the second kind of acknowledgement that the producers take. And the third kind of acknowledgement is where they're like, this is very important data. I want it to be available all the time. So in the replication places and as well as the leader place, I want it to be there. So I'll wait, I'll take the latency, but it's fine. I'll take acknowledgement only after it is, the data is there in the leader and the followers. Now comes the black box that I was talking about earlier, which is not black anymore. The brokers, right? So the brokers are actually segregated into topics. Each topic will be partitioned into some partitions, right? Again, chunking. You have a lot of data and you don't want to process it. It helps you basically achieve parallelism also. When there's a lot of data, you've partitioned it into these P0, P1 partitions, and then parallelly, your consumers can pick from this. Even in these partitions, we want them to be available all the time. So these partitions are replicated. They have a replication factor. Usually this would be by 2n+1 logic. So if you have, suppose, one leader, then you would want to keep 2 + 1, which is 3. So 3 will be your replication factor. And so P0, the leader will be in one broker, and for P0, there'll be two replication places. So that will be in different brokers. If the broker with the leader goes down, then those the immediate next replica is actually made the leader, and this is taken care of by Zookeeper. Now, the replica was made the leader, right? But now there is one less replica in our whole stack. So the replica is, the Zookeeper also works on creating one more replica for this partition. Last concept would be about topics. So what happens is topics are nothing but a logical namespace. They are basically a set of related messages, right? So each topic has these partitions, and again, it stores the leader and follower concepts. Yes, so that was about it. This was the base of Kafka, and now that we have set up this base, let's understand more about how we are using Kafka at Zomato. I'd like for Himanshu to take over.
Thanks, Hazel. Yeah. So I hope folks, basically everyone here at least knows basically what's Kafka, and at least the basic concepts of basically what are topics, what are brokers, as well as what is partition, and all about basically Kafka. So now that at least we have some basic understanding of Kafka, let's talk about how and what we do and how we use basically Kafka at Zomato. So at Zomato, basically anytime basically I'm hoping at least one of you have at least placed an order.
if you have at least gone through the order flow where you would have created an order by placing at a restaurant, right? Anytime you place an order, behind the scenes, basically, there are different states that are happening. One could be order created, one could be order accepted, another could be order assigned, picked up, delivered. All those states, basically, order can have, right? And whenever you're placing an order, basically all of the data that we have is actually going through Kafka in the first place. That is the big backbone of our core system of the online ordering platform, which allows us to make sure that a lot of consumers, it could be logistics, it could be email platform through which you are getting emails, it could be push notifications that you are getting on the app. Everything basically behind the scenes is actually handled by Kafka in the first place. So talking of the scale, we actually have 16 plus clusters at Zomato. 10 plus clusters at Zomato. The reason why we have different clusters is because we have different needs in the first place, right? Based on the tiering, based on the use cases, we have segregated our clusters into different cluster sets. And for different use cases, we use different clusters. As I talked about, basically online ordering as a use case, our core component, because it's one of the biggest component, and we want to make sure that it always is up so that it allows you to always order anytime in the first place. We have separated our online ordering clusters. Then basically, obviously, a lot of you here basically are developers, right? Which means basically you would have at least used printf, right? You would have at least used logging. So we generate close to 50 terabytes of data, of logging data on a daily basis, which means all of that data has to be durably sent from one place to another so that we can store, and basically developers can use an internal platform to access all those logs. So event tracking is another. We want to know basically how our business is doing, which city is basically getting how many orders, how many riders are assigned or not, which means we also need to understand the metrics and event tracking, that how our platforms are performing. Lastly, anytime basically you order, you would have seen that a lot of restaurants are very personalized to you. Based on what you search, what you order, basically we try to make sure that all the relevant restaurants are available to you, which is where we also have ML use cases for which we have a different cluster. Some numbers first. So this new year, we reached some of those numbers basically, which were where we breached a lot of numbers in the first place. 500 million events per minute processed by Kafka. We have thousands of topics across multiple clusters, 50 plus partitions in Kafka. Peak traffic at Kafka basically is around 5.6 Gbps, and average producer latency is 15 ms. Yeah. So while we talked about Kafka, Kafka is relatively easy to set up, but when you talk about these numbers, the problem that comes is basically the scale, right? As you scale, given that we are in a microservices architecture, we have hundreds and thousands of microservices running across different boxes, which means these services are also connecting to Kafka, and that brings some unique challenges in the first place. Because of those unique challenges, basically we have to also tune and build systems to make sure that our Kafka cluster is up and running. So some of those challenges I will talk about basically in the next few slides. So taking an example of order, I just said basically that whenever you place an order on Zomato, that is basically technically going to Kafka, right? So the first system that will act on is basically an order platform, which will accept the order and store in Kafka. Now, from there onwards, we'll have logistics platform, we'll have email platform, we'll have basically push notification platform, and a lot more many ones, basically which actually try to consume this same order and try to act on it one after another, which means that we have hundreds of clients which are producing data as well as consuming data. And the more the number of clients, which means that based on the tuning and the configuration, what can happen is that we are making a lot of traffic on Kafka, but the Kafka broker is leading to basically higher CPU in the first place. So there are certain configurations, which I will talk about in the next slide, which allows us to make sure that by using batching, when I say batching, what I mean is basically that if I basically if I wait for 100 ms and collect all of the data that is coming in in the service, I will create a batch, and after 100 ms, I will make only one request to Kafka. versus basically I making every 5 ms one call to Kafka and trying to produce data. Between both of the solutions, the second one relatively will mean 30% savings in the CPU, which effectively means less number of brokers as well as less number of network congestion, because we'll also get a good amount of compression ratio, which is why one of those configurations being linger ms and batch size allows us to make sure that we are making less number of requests on Kafka, thereby leading to less number of CPU and memory uses. Second is basically consumer. Now this is producer. The second being consumer, right? Consumers have to consume data, which means that they will also be trying to consume very relatively fast from Kafka. What if at night, I am sure basically some of you, when your canteen goes, canteen basically is stopped after 12, some of you at least order from Zomato, which means that relatively at that time, there are not many orders coming in Zomato, right? Versus at 8 p.m., a lot of people would be wanting to order from Zomato during dinner time, which means that the amount of orders that are very less in the midnight, in the early hours, while the consumers are trying to consume data, they relatively will have very less number of messages or events in Kafka, which means they are trying to poll every few seconds, but they are not getting enough data. And for that, if there are certain configurations which allows us to tune our consumers so that basically by making only one call every few milliseconds versus every 100 milliseconds or 500 milliseconds versus making call every 5 or 50 ms, basically we can save another CPU savings, leading to basically less number of brokers in the first place. So these are some of the configurations where we can tune Kafka consumers by saying, okay, only when basically the batch size is, let's suppose 1 MB, or only when 500 ms has happened, only then try to make a call on Kafka and fetch all of the data from last time we read. So at Zomato, we have been using Kafka from almost 7-8 years, and we use open source Kafka in the first place. Over the years, we have learned a lot of things by running a lot of services. We also had our own hiccups in the first place, and while doing so, we understood and tried to build features on top of it, which allows us to make sure that the mistakes that we made in the early days, we are not making the same mistakes again and again. During the course, basically, we have identified that some of the best practices that one should use when it comes to Kafka, and I'm sharing basically one of those. So one is basically compression. I'm sure everybody here has at least heard about gzip. Please raise your hand if somebody, yeah. So while gzip is one of the oldest ones, there is Snappy, which was created by Google, as well as there is basically zstd, which was recently 5 years ago created by Facebook. So compared to all the libraries which are in compression world, one of those basically is zstd, which is the latest ones. And if you use zstd, you will get the same speed of basically LZ4 or Snappy, and the compression ratio will still be better or best in compared to gzip. I'm showing an example here that just moving from Snappy to zstd led to basically 30% storage savings. And when we are talking about scale of 50 terabytes, 30% means 15 terabytes of storage savings, right? So use zstd in the first place. Another being serialization codec. I'm sure everybody here is aware of JSON, right? So while JSON is one of the most effectively used, because JSON also has keys in every payload, which means that a lot of data is repeated in the first place. And it also needs a lot of CPU while serialization and deserializations. So instead, we have standardized one protobuf, which is created by Google, which allows us to basically only store the data, and the schema is basically separated from the data, which means that we have additional 30% of CPU savings because the consumers are only focusing on serializing and deserializing data in the first place compared to JSON. Always use replication factor 3, which means that anytime a broker goes down, your data is replicated across clusters, so that in the case of basically a broker going down, quickly basically the cluster can switch to another broker and start serving the use cases in the first place. If your data is not replicated, which means it will lead to basically data downtimes, which you would not want. The third is because we would want basically that obviously anything can go down, right? Even AWS, and it has gone down. You should always make sure that your cluster is basically across multiple AZs. AZ is basically nothing but a data center. And technically, let's take an example of Delhi NCR. Assuming there is a data center in Delhi NCR, AZ would be nothing, a Gurgaon, a Delhi, and a Noida, where 3 data centers are basically hosted across 3 regions. So you would always want that all the nodes are segregated and are running in across AZs, so that basically any downtime in one AZ will not lead to basically your application downtime. Last but not least, there can always be bad code that can go live, which means that you would always want to have that little queues in your queue in your system, so that any bad message can be reprocessed in the first place. So that you would want to make sure that all those one message cannot lead to basically a full downtime in the first place. So here are some of the key matrices. I would just quickly go through them, some of them. So we would also want to make sure that these matrices we are tracking, so that we know what is the health of the metrics, health of the Kafka cluster, as well as the producer and the consumer. Otherwise, if you're not tracking these metrics, you will not know how your application is performing. And some of these application metrics are here. So we use Grafana internally at Zomato, as well as Prometheus for tracking real-time metrics in the first place. And using Grafana and Prometheus, we use open source basically agents, which allows us to scrape all of the Kafka health metrics, as well as producer and consumer metrics, which are certainly pushed to our Prometheus stack. And via Grafana, we can easily set up alerts in the first place. Here's a dashboard, internal dashboard that we have, which basically shows all of the Kafka cluster metrics about how is the JVM memory, what is the leader, basically how many brokers are there, basically what is the controller, all those things. Last but not the least, basically we also have a consumer metrics. Obviously, take an example of, again, email service. When an order is placed, you would definitely get an email. Now, what if basically the provider in this case would be email service starts taking time, right? Because if, it's an external service which can start taking more time, you would start seeing all your emails going in a very slow way, leading to a lag in the first place in the system. And you would also want to monitor it. So we also track consumer metrics as well as producer metrics, so that we can keep an eye on it and quickly act on it if there is any issue in the system. Now, we use a lot of open source tools. Here are some of the open source tools that we use internally to make sure that we have effectively good visibility on the system, on Kafka in the first place. First being cruise control. It's open source by LinkedIn. It allows us to make sure that we can sleep at night. And while any issue happens within Kafka, it can automatically, using automation as well as using basically anomaly detection, it can identify if there is an issue, and it can automatically add or remove brokers and also switch between leaders, so that we don't have to do manually in the first place. Second being Red Panda console. Obviously, whenever you put data to Kafka, you would want to see what data is being pushed. So you can quickly see using the console what data was pushed, what was consumed, how many topics are there, how many brokers are there, how many consumers are there. Cool. Last but not least, basically we also, because we have tens and thousands of topics, obviously we would not want to manually make it. What we have done is internally, we have created a GitOps repository using GitHub, where every developer commits here their topic configurations, as well as anybody can create a PR and quickly get their topics created with the required configurations that they have. One last thing, because we have been running Kafka from a very long time, internally we have created common libraries, so that everywhere we are using the best practices. And over the last year, we have also created one of the next generation systems, which allows us to basically make sure that people don't need to know about Kafka, but they can literally use protobuf and gRPC while they are still interacting behind the scenes with Kafka. And here are some of the controls that has led us to basically reduction, not just in cost, but also make sure that we can relatively ship much more faster without making any mistakes in the first place. Yeah, so we recently published our blog on our blog at zomato.com, which had basically some of the crazy numbers and benchmarks that we actually breached this year. And if you're interested in learning about all of the things that we did behind the scenes, you should definitely go and take a read. Questions? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Very good presentation. I think there was a part where you were talking about batching. So just interested, like why not like a proper event-driven architecture rather than why are we doing batching?
We are using event-driven, but every MS, I'm talking about batching, micro batching basically, which is at millisecond level.
Consumer side, right?
On the producer side.
Producer side. Oh,
Yes.
okay. I thought of the consumer.
No, it is.
Consumer is at real time.
Everything is real time. We are talking about milliseconds, not seconds.
But still, batching is batching, right?
Yes. So to reduce the traffic on the Kafka cluster and the noise it will lead to basically.
Let's talk.
Sure.
I would love to talk about polling versus.
Yes. Cool. Any other questions you have? Anyone? Yeah, please go ahead. We need 5 minutes.
Comparison that was
These questions.
By using Kafka, and there was the problem where the order was not maintained. So how is Kafka helping in maintaining order?
So Kafka has something called partitions, and within partitions, basically you can also define a key. A key could be an order ID. If you continue to send all of the different states of an event order using the same key, it will only send in the same partition, which means ordering within the partition will exist, which is not something possible in Redis if you are not using Redis PubSub. Anyone else? Yeah, one last question. Yeah, please.
Yeah, my question was mainly regarding how can we make Kafka more available. Like, so in SQL database, if we go for a read replica and a write replica, so the write replica fails, so the read replica takes over. And for this, you need to constantly maintain a replication string in between and either that as well less. So, is there something like a read replica in?
So in Kafka, this is what fault tolerance means. Basically, when you create a cluster, it's not just one node; it's a cluster of nodes. Our biggest cluster at Zomato is having 25 nodes, and we have a replication factor 3, which means that data is replicated across nodes. Even one node goes down, we don't have to take care. Automatically, it will switch to the next node and start fetching the data or producing the data. Yes. That's why we use not Redis for where we have to push terabytes of data, but we use Kafka in the first place because of its durability and given that all of the data is stored on disk and not in memory. Cool. So before we leave, we have some questions. We have some books, and we want to distribute to some of you folks. But for that, basically, we'll be asking some of the questions in the first place. You want to do?
So can you all tell us in how many countries Zomato is operational in? We'll give you some time.
Any one folks, basically multiple folks will not. If you say basically will not be getting, you have to raise your hands and we'll quickly distribute. Whoever comes with the first correct answer.
You can raise your hands.
Last one. Can't hear you.
24.
No. Yes. No. No. Cool. One is also not correct because we are also in Dubai. The next question.
What is the size of our rider fleet?
It doesn't need to be basically exact. It can be some
tentatively. Tentatively, how many riders do we have currently?
No. Please don't say basically. You have to
Raise your hands and we'll. No. Yes. No. No. No.
No.
3.5 lakhs.
Who said?
Some 3.5 lakhs.
Who said
would-
3.5?
That is closer.
Hello. 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 For that, anybody who doesn't understand can't hear me.
Sashish, these are announcing that freelancer. And, I'm on the position. I'm on the and it's we driven and I'm a proper as we call it liberated software. Also, so this free software revenue got with the OpenStreetMap. In an OpenStreetMap also profile for those borders. Conditions of the single threat got noticed also what we discussed. And that will funnel in these areas of Delhi. And not like we hold OpenStreetMap events where we teach people how to control. And we are like training but I give on and stuff. When you think of apps, a lot of us there's say country boundaries or so what has all that. So then you want to have a natural features then first OpenStreetMap has that well. Next app. So what road comes from big residential roads and but as well as highways, you got footpaths, cycles and things like that. And kinds of really lots of outlets, apps, and lots of transport, bus stops, so station on that. So anything identifiable, we've comes as a street cams or CEOs backgrounds, you have those so add to that. Buildings are drastically carrying at a bus or is can enter a shop of can add accessibility. And finally, so public now all of this mostly is open data. Anybody can modify, anybody can contribute. It's all better. But attribute it on this as well. So this is really very active contributor as I hope we can try editing a little bit today. And for this reason, it's the Wikipedia of maps. So, of course, a lot of comment trying to map different users. Then seeing it. I think somewhat trying to get the users. So what makes OpenStreetMap different in this regard? Map. So on to see them immediately. It's trying to see. And, like this is myself when I was just open and I will look up and obviously I'm also able to help. I've actually got kind of. This is a photograph from one of our mapping parties, and this is in where was this? Block market. Yeah. So, open open program, which is open street data. Improving conditions. For somebody like only there's no maps for me. Believe that I improve these applications. Third, for example, Google Maps is a you can get it back. So with that, the moment you can just make any for you can being they'll continue Google Maps or one of these other proprietary because you do really on these are doing frankly I don't see the point and see calls Richard Fair's calls this thing last propositions also getting for own financial gain without giving back. Said not vanish, they are available for you, and it's also more transparent, like yours and the guidelines for the data important. So these parties, because all these qualities I mentioned, there are a lot of data. Most times, which is open as on the site here. So on this vehicles, as a matter recently, the website of wide Meta is so a lot of these companies have found in such of support they also development data. This creates a very nice result. That's a very big aspect of people. Like which I open up. The apples will come together to provide to match to. So I think I mentioned everyone to everyone that you can make map. If you want to make something open source, something you trust, something filtered. So now again, it's a brief and also desktop. You have known this as is not me. It's the person who now completely tracking. And it is so simple that you can use it hopefully. It's got a very simple interface. This is kind of mode. And as you see here, And yeah, it stops. This is Kailash color one and mark. Can you call it data? Okay. Organic maps. You know, also organic map can also be used to create an OpenStreetMap. You'll have to create an OpenStreetMap. Here it is. So I have to log out and create an account on OpenStreetMap.org. This is the website URL. We were hoping to get everybody and but there's too many people less for but of course that has something outside is earlier. And if unlike maps is simple for someone to left feeds, then you have OS available for Android and iOS. It's slow, complicated, it's also much more powerful, very customized. And I forgot to mention organic apps and OS and offline. They are by default just find you can do it without the function. Some testing features of I would say is this that you can have shared auto routes and share any extra routes and all. So and this is in circuits where I used to live once, and it also has which is very cool. And something to the did out of the modifier factor anybody knows another interesting feature and it can record track what it can record the yellow ones will feed up. Right. How many laps do you let's make an OpenStreetMap and edit. Yes. So it works. First, sorry. Yeah. Can see Sure. So, yeah, 27, 21. So there's a record, but yes, yes. So the standard is a format, and I never tried this, but I know can alone an existing G like here with this. Send and navigate along that track, or maybe you can somebody said you can navigate along that track. Okay. So everybody get map or right? So now you can you find your perhaps some maybe a place, any place you're familiar. Yes. So, yeah, because open map or display it as a display. Open map allowed to do open map where in the Indian perspective. So, today day of Murphy. Anybody else knows to care? This is does not it does not make sense. This will take a neutral one, but map you know use for day something you can date what right. So for now, just can you put your laptop business? Can you find your home or your area with your hometown on the map? Now, see, can you something in this area? Those without laptops go once you have daily metals in the area. Once let me know. We 5, 7, 20 years all scoundrels. can you like group them up and then collapse all farm something. Now, if you have a round if you have round and you log in, you can get it, but we have a lot of very soon. Have fun. And land this editor, the in the editor. Yeah. There's a very nice box you can use, but you can add things. Just please be aware when you add something and when you do it, then it have you found anyone? So, yes, one that will that's in a way when you I'll add something. It's far. And so I like want to add check your edit. So the that check here and often as and ask so many to your edit. There's a way must kind that will handle so it's in a way. Something in the neighborhood. Okay. What's what time? Questions now. Okay. Just head off to the final. Of course, as a data so the of the user and lastly is and phone number with us so we can that on this on accessibility to them. I think they are also active and the master kind of an having party, so you can join both. You can also personally you can come up meet a table. So there's like map almost allows you to cut 4 different maps also. But you not quite source. It's like we and I was that for you can add small maps. So only some person has vetted the community. If most get let me see if I have a map from the not sure a lot, but I know it's there. Oh yeah, there's okay, that is all now. I won't take up more of your time. If I want to connect, join mapping parties, some come up.